Is it working? What's it say? Are we live?
There's no sound.
It should be live. Why is it not live? Hello? 0 viewers.
It says you're live, but no sound.
Yeah, but if it is.
Live. Why is it not live?
Thank you very much.
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Shh. Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go on Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's pretty flat and level now.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go on Morty's memory and do a little.
Burn right to the ground in pieces. But from the ashes come.
Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, but it doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. Right.
Okay, so you...
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree level's horizontal.
Sweet.
Right,
true level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that.
You flipped it, man.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
And we are live. Welcome. Model Affliction Monday. This is going to be a good one today because we've been handed a beaut of a video. But I think we go over the title today. The Great Paralogism. It's pretty obvious what that is. It's that was in great big ball that everybody's been given as a model. We've been talking about the paralogisms today quite a lot. And it's sort of it's a bit hard to explain what a paralogism is, because it's a false conclusion that's derived upon a fallacy. Mainly the paralogism comes when there's no fallacy there. There's a nothing, just the conclusion. And that conclusion, axiom 1, imaginometry, is globe. That's it. There's nothing to back it up that's like a concrete proof built on nothing. So we were going to go over. Beddy said he was going to come back and explain his paralogism of because he did some logic that ended up with verticals being parallel, and he's decided that he can't come and do it here. It's coming and talking to us about geometric proofs of verticals being parallel because of the perpendicularity between horizontal and vertical is well, he needs to take it other places, really. I mean, it's not for the likes of us. We already know about geometric proofs like that. So he decided he couldn't do it. He got upset at people saying he had a paralogism, and he decided he's got a better place to take it. I don't blame him. He's good luck. He's taking geometric logic and geometric proofs into the heart of the paralogists. It's going to be great, but we'll be going over that at some other point. Maybe logic, or maybe even geometry, because I mean it is a bit more related to Euclid, so we might have a chance to go over that again later on this week, or maybe some other time next week. Even if it turns out to be a good one, we might even be doing it on the Monday next week. But for today, Model Affliction Monday, we've got some fresh globe talent, a university professor, no doubt. He's definitely a university professor. Comes with the title and everything. And the video he's used, or the one he's titled it, is well, let me see if I can get it up for you guys. Right, so it is that one. There you go. For you guys, and can you guys see that in Discord?
I can see.
Right, and on YouTube, yeah, you guys can see that too. Now, You might be able to see up at the top up here. It says University of Southampton. That's UK Southampton University. Real university. And this is the title. It says, is the Earth flat? From geometry to the modern world. So he's asking a question. It's university. And the, what's it say here? It says University of Southampton Festival. He's not got many subs, so go and give him a sub, university. It says, we live on the surface of a big ball. There you go. Boom. There's your paralogism set in right in the first sentence.
Begging the question.
Yeah. Which is, of course, not flat. Yeah, we definitely it's not flat. So, I mean, yeah, it's not flat. We could tell him that. Dead easy. Especially when he brings in geometry. Right? Okay. We live on the surface of a big ball, which is, of course, not flat. But what precisely does that mean? That's good, isn't it? That's what we're doing. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Is there a way to measure the curvature of the Earth without the need for space travel? Question mark.
Another begging the question.
Well, it's a university. These are the questions you ask at university. Oh, I'm going to have this. Questions of this nature were studied since antiquity and gave rise to geometry, a part of mathematics that studies the shape of things around us. This is what I've been saying all along. We should definitely use geometry if you want to work about shape. Join this talk by Professor Jacek Brodsky.
Jacek, but
Jacek.
Jack.
Just Jack. Yeah. Jack Brodsky. Mathematics at Southampton, who will outline some of foundational ideas and will show how to use them in modern day analysis. This event is part of the Southampton Science and Engineering Festival, SOTSEF, 11th to the 20th of March 22 this year. The University of Southampton's interdisciplinary science festival that allows everyone to explore and discover what the world of STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematic arts has to offer. And so visit the website. The website's there. I'll put the link to this video in the description of this video so everyone can go and have a look at this video themselves. I haven't done it yet, but I mean, I can. I'll put it in Discord. Does somebody want to chuck it on? Chuck that link on in the YouTube chat if you can for us. Right. So, let us know what the sound's like. Is that coming through? It's coming through good on Discord?
Loud and clear for me.
Yep, sounds good.
Right. There we go.
10th of March to the 20th of March, as you can see on the slide. If you want to comment on social media about today's event, please use the official festival hashtag SOTSEF. Okay. Right, so let's start today's talk. I'm Jacek Brodsky. I'm a professor of pure mathematics here at the University of Southampton. And the topic of my talk is the Earth.
He did say pure mathematics, which I think can separate itself from applied mathematics. I think they have to make a separation between applied mathematics and other mathematics, conceptual mathematics, I'd say.
Earth flat from geometry to the modern world. I really would like to start by saying that I don't really consider this a point of debate. For me, the issue has been settled, as you will see, a very long time ago.
Yeah, it's definitely not flat, right? I would agree with him here. There is no debate. The Earth is not flat. I think everyone here will have to agree with that also. I'd hope so anyway.
But there is quite a lot that we can learn from this, so let me explain. The talk will have to do with a branch of mathematics called geometria in Greek, which is geometry in English. And when you unpack it quite literally, it means measuring the world. That's what it is. That's what geometry is, and that's what it's been designed for. Geometry has.
See, that's strange because I've always thought it was Earth measure, but he says it's measuring the Earth, measuring the world.
The world, yes.
Yeah.
Measuring geometry.
Where's the
measuring
guy? Because I want
Earth.
to see if I can buy a gun.
Who's
Oh,
who have we
Earth
got in
measure.
here?
Buys it, do you know?
What's going on? Is there somebody in the Discord there, or have I got?
Yeah.
Well, let me sort this out. Should be better. Right, sorry. I just have voices in my head. Sorry, did I interrupt you then, Paper? Sorry.
Geometry means measuring Earth.
Yeah. Well, I thought geo is Earth, but it seems as though he's translated it as world, which is, I would say it's different, right? I'd say
Yes.
the world is...
World means all Earth.
Yeah. All.
But geometry doesn't state that.
No. Geo is Earth to me, not world. But I don't know.
My Euclid book.
Go on.
Sorry. My Euclid book says the term geometry is derived from two Greek words pronounced G, and in parentheses G hard, as in G, yeah? The earth, and metrine, to measure. Geometry, therefore, in the simplest acceptation of the word, means measurement of the earth.
Essentially, this is what surveyors do.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying at this point here, he's put world in there rather than earth, which to me is strange, seeing as his original question is the earth flat? And I've never heard anybody put world in there because the geo has always been earth.
It's conceptualizing something different altogether.
Yeah.
When you think about the earth or the world, yeah, it's two different concepts altogether.
Since surveyors don't measure world,
yeah.
So this is incorrect statement and misleading.
Yeah, I'd say right from the off, in his definition of the word, he's off there. I'd say, but I mean, who am I to say? This is the university professor.
Well, you don't want to give too many facts earlier, then try to convolute it. Might as well start right from the beginning.
Yeah, we have to catch it. If we see it, we say it, right?
Yes, sir.
So if anybody sees anything, wants us to stop, let's just stop and we'll discuss whatever it is anybody wants to talk about. But this is an hour, but I mean, I'd say only about 40 minutes of it are really needed. he does tend to veer off into stuff that's non sequitur, really. But we'll see.
Has been with humanity throughout its history. The traces of geometry and geometric thinking in all preserved historic records. So we can safely assume that this way of understanding the world around us has been contemporary with humanity throughout its history. When I say geometry, you may have recollections of various facts that you learned at school or various other times in your life. And one of them is a very famous result, which we know has been handed down to us under the name of Pythagoras, who lived in a Greek colony about in the 6th century before Common Era. And there are numerous statements, numerous equivalent statements of this result, one of which you can see on this slide, that if you have a right angled triangle, the square on the side opposite the right angle, which is blue in my slide, equals the sum of the squares containing the right angle. So that was that's a modern rephrasing of a statement of Pythagoras' theorem that we know from Euclid's Elements, which was the first almanac of geometric knowledge up until that point. You will see that there is
The first almanac of geometric knowledge. Euclid.
Say first and only.
Yeah. And that's derived. He's saying that Pythagoras is derived from Euclid's Elements, but obviously Pythagoras was already there. He was before Euclid. Time-wise, at least that's what they tell us. So it was already there. Further back than that. I mean, they knew it. It's a basic principle. I don't think you could change that even nowadays. This is one of the basic facts of reality. That this applies to reality, that anyone can do it. A bit louder. I got your gadget. There you go.
There is
How's
no
that?
a squared plus b squared equals c squared in this formulation, simply because that notation is a much more modern discovery, and we needed the contributions from the Arab mathematicians of the Middle Ages to help us actually discover algebra and then discover modern notation for that.
You see the way as well he does that? I mean, that's very clever. He's talking it to algebra, right? For a squared plus b squared equals c squared. But the squares are there. How can you not see the squares? They're on the page.
Algebra is just another description.
Yeah.
Doesn't bring anything new for this.
Yeah, all you've got to do is put A, B, and C in those squares, and it would be the same. Right? The algebra is just a letter formation that comes a precursor. Because it's sort of like the link between the logic and then the number, isn't it? The algebra is just a link to give you the number form, but I think the algebra is a form of them. It has been derived from geometry, from Euclid, and built in. It's just rather than putting numbers there, you put letters there.
It's just developed arithmetics.
Yeah.
Algebra.
Yeah, I call it the early formulation before the number, because when you get into the number form of geometry, the geometry has a problem with numbers, as shown by transcendental numbers. You can never reach a number in some circumstances, whereas this letter form gives you the chance to keep it in a like a fraction, but relationship between things. Here we go. Carry on.
Just one point before we move on. Note that Pythagoras says that this square on the side opposite the right angle equals the sum of the squares containing the right angle. Okay, the Greeks, the ancients meant this quite literally. To them, Pythagoras' theorem was as much about calculation as it is about geometry. But as I said, there are traces of geometric thinking in all artifacts that we have discovered. So for example, here you see a very famous clay tablet, which is Babylonian, and it precedes Pythagoras by more than 1,000 years. And on it, if you know how to decipher this particular cuneiform writing, you see 3 numbers that together give you an example that form a Pythagorean triple, which means that they satisfy the equation that we associate with Pythagoras. As you can imagine, as you can see, these numbers are large enough, so we can be quite certain that they have not been discovered by accident, that the Babylonians knew how to create numbers of that type. One reason to do that, and clearly this probably goes beyond geometry of the immediate neighborhood, of the vicinity of where they lived, and this has to do with calculation. Many of these formulae, many of these discoveries were simply shorthands for computation. One way to use a formula like this is that if you come across a number like 4,825 and you want to square it, well, perhaps you've come across, perhaps this is part of Pythagorean triple, so you would have known these 2 squares, and adding is always easier than multiplication.
Right, before he starts on to the next bit, does anybody get what he was getting at there?
But I have no idea. I'm hearing this for the first time. I didn't see anything of that before about these Babylonians. And for me, this is not sufficient. He this is a picture of some table, supposedly Babylonian. I'm not certain that this is enough proof for me that was the case.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but I would say if this was the formulation that gives you that, then they're talking about squares. It's actually the square that they're talking about of a distance, if that's what they're talking about.
Yes, for sure.
So geometrically, it doesn't really matter how they're expressing it numerically. They're still talking about a square. Not the number form of a square. The actual square. The shape. That's what this is. That little 2 there isn't a mathematical formula. Well, it is a mathematical formula, but it's an expression of the actual shape, the square. This becomes the distance of one side. Go on.
Sacred geometry, don't they, Bev? You know, we've talked about that before. Well, using right angle triangles. But yeah, I mean, I see them as exactly what they are. Right angle triangles spanning long distances over land.
Yeah, with a checkable diameter, right? The diameter makes the function of the square, and you can then check across the distances of the diameter that you actually have a square. Practical.
Mm-hmm. Yep, use it all the time.
That's why they use the square. Straight sides. It's got a functionality to it, and it's checkable by making the triangles, but of using the diagonal and the right-angled triangles. I mean, that's what makes it functional, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But he seemed to just take it away from that and turned it into a mathematical concept and breezed past it. I don't get what his point was, to be honest. I don't think there was a point.
His point was that there were numbers associated to Pythagoras' theorem before Pythagoras.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that this conclusion or suggestion is that suggestion is that numbers were first and geometry second. I think.
Do you think that's what he's trying to say? Because he's still talking about a square,
sounds
right?
like it, yeah.
It's like the idea of the square with the number comes before the actual idea of a square.
Yeah, what comes first? Yeah, exactly.
The number or the square?
The number or the square.
The shape, or yeah. Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah. It's a good way to think of it. Right,
squares, these two squares, and adding is always easier than multiplication. As I said, the issue of whether the Earth is flat has been settled a long time ago. The
Earth isn't flat. Again, to keep pointing it out, this
ancients knew that that humanity lives on the surface of a gigantic ball, and that has been known throughout essentially ancient history. But here is a very beautiful.
Here we go. Again.
As I said, the issue of whether the Earth is flat has been settled a long time ago. The ancients knew that that humanity lives on the surface of a gigantic ball, and that has been known throughout essentially ancient history. But here is a very beautiful example of a geometer and polymath, Eratosthenes, who lived in about 200 years before Common Era. So he was a librarian in the Library of Alexandria, and he was we would call now a mathematician. He was a geometer. He was a polymath. He knew a lot of what is to be known.
He also supposedly burnt down the Library of Alexandria.
Does he look uncomfortable, Bev, or is it me?
Yeah, I'd say we're just the moment he had to try and explain this, he must have got a bit like, I don't know.
I will have some notions, but maybe at the end of this Eratosthenes bit.
Well, I think he does explain it quite well. Here we go.
About the knowledge of the times. And one of the discoveries that he made was that he lived in Alexandria, but that he heard from travelers that in Sienne, which is now called Aswan, and it's a city in Egypt, there's the people have observed the phenomenon that on a particular day, the spring equinox, sun's rays fall down to the bottom of deep wells. Aswan is slightly north of the Tropic of Capricorn, and again, people knew what tropics were. So Eratosthenes used, well, here you can see an obelisk in the Library of Alexandria, but you can use any kind of vertical object whose length you know. So he used that to measure the angle that sun's rays make with the vertical at that point on spring's equinox. So
a vertical at that point.
Yes, new modern speech.
Yeah. Nice.
So he discovered that the angle between the vertical where he was in Alexandria and the sun's rays is about 7.2 degrees of arc. So if you know, so that's about 1/50th of the full circle. So he knows.
You get that? There's the great paralogism. Measure an angle, assume a circle.
He is misrepresenting Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
This is not what he derived from this so-called experiment. Because
how do you measure the angle of a light ray? Or what is he measuring there? The vertical of Alexandria, but how do you get that light ray? How do you get the angle to a light ray?
He's measuring the angle. This is the paralogism, right? This, if you know this at all, this is the big trick, right? But people don't know it's the big trick.
Yeah.
Where's the sticks gone?
They internalize an angle.
And somebody was just walking by this well and happened to notice this?
He said rumor had it, or legend had
people,
it, that people had told him that down a well, like, I mean, I don't know how they did that.
He said travelers told him.
Yeah, so the travelers must have had to have been right down the bottom of the well.
Would they have known what they were seeing if they weren't aware of what this should take place? I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me at all.
I thought he had sticks.
How deep was the well?
Very deep wells, that's what he said. I don't know. I mean, how deep does a well have to be in Aswan?
Well, that's what I mean. Maybe it was only like 2 inches deep.
No, he said very deep. Didn't know the scale
anyway,
of it.
From this experiment, you can draw two conclusions: or the sun is close, and the measured distance was flat, or as depicted in this picture, the sun rays are supposedly coming as parallel, which is not true. And if the light rays are parallel, the sun must be very, very distant, and therefore the surface should be globe. But you can have same measurement, same outcome, if the sun was closer, light divergent, and you have flat Earth. You will have same outcome, same measurement,
same results.
So this is
It's
not
just a shadow, though, isn't it? We're talking about. We're just talking about
just
shadow. Aren't we?
Even if what it was true, this experiment, you can draw two conclusions.
Right.
Because you cannot assume the distance of the sun because you don't know. If you assume parallel rays, then on the globe it would work, supposedly. But if the sun was close and light rays divergent, then you have close sun and flat Earth.
Oh, no, I don't think it's got anything to do with the sun. There's a geometric trick here that he may be getting past all of you. Here.
Yeah, yes.
This bit here, right? This line.
Oh, it's using the right angle triangle.
No, wait.
Sorry.
Look.
I can't see. Sorry.
Oh, right. He's got Alexandria. He's got a thing there, and he's got one line going across it. And then they've got the angle. So this angle on this side is equal to this angle on this side. That's geometric fact. The trick is that this angle he's got up here, he puts down here. It's got nothing to do with that. I mean, you could do that anywhere, can't you? You could replicate the angle wherever you want. This bit down here, completely imaginary. Now, this is the trick. Paralogism. This is the angle that is measured here. How you equate that to a big ball is you have to have the paralogism of the big ball given you.
Yeah.
There's no need for anyone to do this big ball here.
You have to have two paralogisms. First, the globe, and the second, so distant sun that the sun rays are coming in parallel. Because on flat, so-called flat Earth, in very close sun, you will have the same result.
Yeah, and the only geometry that has parallel involved in it for you to be able to do this geometry is Euclidean. Paralogism number 2. Right? You are, at the moment you do this, you are fixed to Euclidean geometry. This doesn't happen in any other geometry. You can't use these lines as being parallel. Shout out to Wally, Stolen Concept. This is the biggest one. I'm surprised nobody's ever seen this before. You can't use this as a proof of anything. This is Euclidean geometry.
Shouldn't we have a shadow the opposite side to that?
What shadow?
Well, if the sun is in the center of that well, why are we seeing
What
the
well?
far
What
bottom
well?
sun ray?
How many wells have you seen like that?
On.
None. No, it's slanted on a fucking angle, isn't it?
No, but shouldn't the sun's rays be at the center of them rays be in the center of the...
Yeah, Brian, what he's trying to say, what Bev I think is trying to say there, and it's like, why are we talking about that? This diagram of complete nonsense.
It's not worth talking about
seriously.
it.
It's just pointless, isn't it?
He doesn't say these are sun rays. It doesn't say this is a well. And for some reason, he seems unaware that this angle here bears no relation to this at all. You have to put this ball here in order for you to talk about it.
And you have to draw this imaginary parallel rays also.
Yeah.
He also uses the word vertical quite a few times, and I cannot imagine a situation where these ancient so-called polymaths did not know that it's perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah.
Established by the water at rest. I can't see any situation where that's possible.
Well, this guy came in with a point, didn't he, earlier? You know, you'd already mentioned the point.
Yeah, vertical at a point. The point of vertical there. But I mean, like, that's on a slant. He's even measuring angles. I mean, if you're not seeing that, I mean, it's ridiculous, right?
Wouldn't the water be running out of the well?
That's what, yeah, how do you fill that well up? That's not a well. That's some really bad well. He's like, what are you doing? It's like, I'm just making a well.
Turn it on 45-degree angle, mate. But how's the bucket going to get down there?
Was it just me also in the beginning of this slide? He said that Eratosthenes had discovered that he lived in Alexandria.
He only went to Alexandria, right? I mean, we've heard other stories about other things, right? But now, after just explaining this, right, and not pointing out that you can't measure an angle external and then place that angle in the middle of a where? I mean, how do you assume that? How do you be a polymath and do a measurement here and relate it to somewhere where you don't know? That's ridiculous, isn't it? I think so, anyway. I mean,
someone somewhere else has got a different angle of shadow than you. What's the first thing you do? It's globe.
Wait a minute, I'm going to have to
angle.
Unban Kev.
Hey, what angle you got over there, mate? What angle did he have on a week ago Saturday? because it's taking you that long to get here.
I thought they used sticks. I thought the story was sticks that they put in the ground. Oh,
Well, you can use sticks or obelisks. It depends on where you come from, Brian.
well, are the sticks calibrated? Do you know they're vertical?
You know, the best way to measure that line is hanging a pendulum, a plumb bob, perpendicular, rather than having something straight anyway to measure an angle. Better to use a plumb bob.
Dave Wise said this didn't come into our history until the 1980s or something. This so-called test that was done 2,000 years ago. Nobody had mentioned it through the whole of history until
Google.
So you can see
necessary.
they've just made it up. It's complete nonsense.
There is also no way that this so-called Eratosthenes would have assumed that the sun rays are parallel when if he's a living human being, he can clearly see they're not, right? So that's also just ridiculous to assume.
That's true.
Should you not carry this
exactly
3 or 4 times to verify your work? Just do it once and run with whatever you get.
Yeah, maybe ask your friends that are also geometers.
Ridiculous.
Sounds like another group of people that I've heard of before.
I don't think anyone would have ever have done it. It's just not something somebody would do, right? This paralogism, they didn't have it. They didn't have a need to put a big ball there.
It's just complete utter nonsense.
I can't find Kev if somebody's banned him.
What?
I'm sorry, but I can't find you, Kev. I think somebody's pocket banned Kev. At least oh no, there you go. What are you done?
Pocket banned.
Right. Yeah.
Like that.
Found you, Kev. And go back to what we were doing.
Hope it wasn't me. I apologise if it was me, Kevin.
There you go. Right, we're back to it. Yeah, so it's the internalizing of this angle. If you don't see that as part of the trick, then you've missed it. Because you're talking about a geometric trick that's just been performed on you. And the moment you accept it, you've accepted the ball. You're playing into the paralogism. You talk about it, you're talking about an angle that's outside that they've internalized.
Yeah, and a vertical then heads towards the center. Well,
yeah, you've now turned vertical into every direction. Conceptually, at least in your mind, you've accepted the paralogism, the great paralogism. I just haven't. We'll give him a spanner.
If you knew the distance from where he was in Alexandria to that well in Aswan, then you could calculate from there the length of the meridian. But of course, measuring a distance of that scale is never easy, and particularly back then,
another question
there were
we
no
should be
established
asking
units
is,
of measurement.
how did they get their parallel rays or lines to begin with?
Yes, because it was based on presumption that the sun is so distant that they are parallel, but it doesn't.
No,
fit.
it's based purely on geometry, right? This has got nothing to do with light. The light is the excuse for them to be able to give you
Yep.
this geometry.
Yep.
Right? Forget about the light. Focus on the geometry. If they're talking about parallels, then it's absolutely obvious that they knew what a parallel is. It's a straight line.
Of course. But what I wanted to say that it doesn't fit ancient model of the universe. This is impossible because in ancient model of universe with stars in the dome and so on, it is impossible to assume that very distant sun. This is impossible.
Yeah.
Just impossible. So this story is made up that Eratosthenes went to that conclusion that where is the ball, because it is untrue from the other reason, because if you are talking about sphere is not a globe, is not a ball. Sphere in geometrical sense, strict sense, is the section of a ball. It was never a ball. Full ball is ball, and the section of the ball is sphere. So that's why I disagree with Nathan Oakley, who says that don't say atmosphere. Sorry.
I just said circle.
So I did, for example, I disagree with Nathan Oakley who says don't say atmosphere. There is only atmo because, but in ancient times they imagined that the dome was spherical. Therefore, atmo, so air, was surrounded by the dome, so it created sphere shape, not globe, but sphere shape air. It means atmosphere. And if they, some Greeks assumed that the Earth had spherical surface, it was because they believed that the hell is below the Earth, and their god of hell, this Hephaestus, who had his forge under the earth. So he was working in this forge and with fire, of course, and this fire created fumes, and these fumes were pushing up earth, so it created great bulge of the earth. So they believed that, some of them believed that that the earth had a great bulge, and they called it's a spherical shape of the earth. But this is rather religious belief than geometrical state or proven measured globe. They never say globe. They said that was spherical bulge because of this Hephaestus and his forge.
Do you seriously think that a geometer, mathematician, polymath would be able to sphericalize water with the concepts of parallels, right? If that's what you've got, Euclidean geometry, you cannot end up with a sphere.
Yes,
it's impossible.
Yes. Yeah, that's why I don't think that if he was this Eratosthenes, and if he did what he did, he would never assume first parallel rise, and he would never assume that the Earth is a sphere or globe.
Yeah.
Globe, don't mention it in ancient times.
Yeah.
Some Greeks assumed that the Earth is sphere, but not full globe, of course, because it doesn't fit their universe model, so to speak. So this is incoherent from the side of the whole universe, but never globe, never globe. Globe was never mentioned till Copernicus. Copernicus invented a globe with rotating Earth around the sun.
Can you stop saying globe, right?
Yes, this guy is saying globe, but in ancient times
Who
it
is?
was impossible to think even about globe Earth. This is impossible.
Yeah.
The thing is, mate, what we're trying to do is figure out like the shit that's going on now. That's the only thing. Like, you know, we've figured out that some of these people they've given us as shadow giants.
Yeah, and I know as
What's the
well
point in
that
talking
some
about?
people have said that other people in the past have said things about other things, right? I don't give a shit about it. What I'm trying to say
Look
is
how
that,
convoluted it is over here, Bev. Look
yeah.
at what's happened in the last 2 years, the way they convoluted the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute. And look what that would be in 100 years or whatever.
Yeah.
What? I think it's interesting that he said
Sorry to
a
talk over you,
double
Bev.
negative. Like, I don't think it's not.
Yeah.
It amazes me in one breath they're saying that light's coming in straight, and then in the very next breath they will say it gets distorted by the atmosphere and bends.
Crepuscular rays.
Oh, you can't have it both ways, can you? The light's coming in straight and casting this shadow, or it's coming in bent, and then the shadow itself has got to be distorted. Can't have it both ways.
Well, the argument dies at conception, as far as I'm concerned. This is how I'm arguing it now. And their fantasy, their sun emits light in all directions. Therefore, no such thing as parallel rays, mythical lines, right? So even in their model, in their fantasy, this starts off dead in the water.
Okay, you guys are missing it. You can't conclude from this argument that there are no parallels. Right? That's not what's going on here. What's going on here is there's an internalization of an angle that only occurs once you have a ball. Right? You don't end up with a ball once you've done this. You actually have to internalize that angle. He said it, right? He said this angle here, 7.2 degrees, that's an angle measured here, relates to the ball because it's a 50th. What ball? It's just an angle.
Imaginary ball.
Yeah, it's the ball here. You have to internalize that angle with the ball.
Yeah, absolutely no argument against that.
That's it. That's the whole argument. And this'll be Al-Biruni, Aristophanes, all of them. They all do it. It's an internalization of an angle. 1 degree every 69 miles gets internalized. Again, the big, great paralogism is here in this one trick. Measure an angle outside, imagine a ball, and then relate the angle that you've just measured to that ball.
Yep. But my point is, even before that, they imagine that comes from an imaginary sphere that produces parallel light rays in their mind and their fantasy.
It's crazy, this. But he's going to skip past it. This guy's a pure mathematician. And even he is deriving this angle here.
So he doesn't bother with reality.
Yeah, it doesn't. This is the trick. I couldn't work it out when I first came into this arena. What was going on? There's no way this dude... I don't think this dude ever existed. I think he's imaginary. Because
I second that.
Don't think he would have done this. You'd have to be mad to do this. carry on, because I think he's just going to bypass it completely. He's not going to mention that he's internalized an angle here somewhere, equipotential angle of adjustment.
Another thing, doesn't it need the distance?
The angle of down. I think he's about to talk about that now. And listen to how vague this gets.
Like, the only way to do it is, for instance, to estimate how long a caravan of camels would need to travel from one place to another, and use that to try and estimate these distances. That you will immediately appreciate is not particularly easy to do, because camels will walk at different speeds. Like your camels may be faster than my camels.
Oh, I saw this the other day.
So the legend has it that he actually hired some surveyors to walk this distance and count the number of even steps that they made.
Yeah, I would have to say I have heard the stories of this. In the past,
bro.
In the past, they had surveyors. Now, surveyors were just very good at walking, like a very even pace.
That's what he's gonna say now.
Yeah.
Watch,
so that's how they measure distances, by having people who have, I don't know, a very even pace.
To ride camels than walk.
Camel, yeah, your camels could be faster than my camel.
Exactly.
So that's going to be time based, right? Not how do you measure that, right?
Camel's stride.
Yeah, well, I mean, your camel could be faster than my camel. Well,
it might have longer legs.
What's speed got to do with it?
Everybody knows camels walk the same.
Legend has it, he says. Legend has it. Is he gonna back up anything except just saying legend has it?
Yeah, they had some really good even. The surveyors of old had an even pace, and they were good at counting.
Yeah, even walkers. Yeah. This is no joke.
Yeah.
You can hire a walker. They say back then.
They have had for sure standardized camels. Standardized, yes.
Well, a single hump walks at this pace, and a double hump walks twice as fast.
But what's speed got to do with distance? Again, nothing.
Calculation.
It's a magic trick. Why did he bring speed of a camel into a distance thing?
There's no way he could have known the distance. No way.
Let's see what he says.
From there, he made the estimate that the length of the meridian through Alexandria and Aswan, they are not exactly on one meridian, but that was close enough, equals to 252,000 stadia.
He just said that they're not even on the same meridian.
Yeah.
Right, but they were close enough, right? So there's got a problem of distance, a problem of internalizing an angle. And now it gets even worse. I mean, listen.
So if you want to translate this to modern units, then you need to ask yourself, so how big is a stadium? And of course, we don't know precisely what length of a stadium Eratosthenes meant.
So we don't even know what the length of the stadium was that he was talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, it just gets worse and worse, this.
Fantasy. Sheer fantasy.
How's nobody ever spotted this? What's going on?
Of course we have, bro. We've been making fun of this forever.
Yeah, but this is a university professor that's using this. He's not spotted any of these.
No, this is standard dogma.
We have to think positively.
Yeah.
This is a very beautiful story.
Yeah.
Beautiful story.
It's a good exercise, right? For, again, spotting the fallacies and the mistakes within the geometrical concepts that he's talking about, right? And how many allowances this guy's going to make for the paralogism that he already holds.
He's saying it at every step of the way.
Yeah. Yeah, he's admitting it. He's trying his hardest to justify something that they must know there's nothing there. Because if this is the best they've got, it's shocking. And I have to say again, I'm not fighting for the Earth being flat. I'm just saying, this is ridiculous. If you're going to try and counter a flat Earth with this, ridiculous.
I agree.
I can think of a much easier way to prove that the Earth's not flat.
He's a math professor, right?
No. Well, pure mathematics.
Pure mathematics.
I'm differentiating between that and applied mathematics. Right? Applied mathematics to me is when you have maths that have an application in reality that you can actually use. And pure mathematics, I don't know, maybe encompassing part of that, a bit more specific.
What's pure?
Well, I don't know. I'm saying it's not applied. That's as much as I know. Otherwise, he would say he was an applied mathematician, right?
So theoretical then? Would that be fair?
Pure? I don't know. What's pure about mathematics?
Yes, it's pure when you have removed it completely from reality and it's just conceptual in your mind.
Purely conceptual.
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
Based on various sources from antiquity, that's the lower estimate for his result was 39,060 kilometers and a
Right, so from sources from antiquity state these numbers. I mean, wow. Are they the numbers that they need it to be? Perhaps. I mean, could somebody have doctored them? Who knows?
No, they were from antiquity.
Is there any way to be more vague?
Well, they've admitted, right? They've internalized an angle. They've got parallel light, right? So they've got Euclidean geometry and they've used that. And what he's doing, he's always said, they haven't got a clue how long a stadia was. And even the guy walking it, the distance, gave him a measurement in stadia and they don't even know what that is.
Wait, who is this?
University of Southampton, this.
upper estimate was 40,320 kilometers. Essentially, it's the definition of kilometer that the length of a standard meridian is 40,000 kilometers. So he was very, very close. The lower limit is about 2% off. So you have to you have to agree that this is just a tremendously precise estimate to make.
Convenient.
Can I just ask him?
Go on.
How many times does he say that? You have to imagine. You have to imagine, and then catches himself and says something else.
You have to agree.
You have to admit this is a very accurate when everything he said beforehand
an estimation.
Was.
Yeah, you have to. This is a very accurate estimation.
We don't know what the lengths were, but you have to admit that it's a very accurate estimation, even though we don't know what the stadia is.
We have to believe. We have to believe.
And
we've got the blue fan clubs coming into the chat to let us know. We'll be going over it. Don't worry. We'll be going over Betty's hard work.
As you can see, it shows confidence that people knew what shape the world had. But one thing that this immediately comes to that you notice in this beautiful estimate is that to do this, to calculate the shape, the size of the Earth, you needed this astronomical phenomenon. You need the sun to be there. You needed to provide the shadows. You needed to create something that you can compute.
There you go. That's a shadow giant.
So this presumption that he admits that the sun should be at this distance to do that. What allegedly Eratosthenes did. He admitted that at the last statement.
Yeah.
Well, even more than that, I think he admitted that you have to create something else to calculate whatever the fuck they want to calculate.
So they have two presumptions. One, the sun is
Three.
very, very distant, and the Earth is a globe.
And the lines of rays are coming in at a parallel.
Yes. So this
and
is
the distance.
Euclidean geometry.
Circular reasoning.
That's 4 assumptions. They're striking pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you also have to assume that whatever this astronomical thing is another assumption, which is massive.
Exactly. Yeah. Without even getting into that, like I said, their fantasy starts at the beginning. The rest is just entertaining them.
Maybe pure mathematics is based purely on assumptions.
Yeah, looks that way to me.
So when you ask the question, is the Earth flat? It's important to ask, what exactly do you mean by flat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one, isn't it? That's definitely a good one. And then the Earth, right? That'd be another one. Because if you're doing the trivium type stuff, grammar. Yeah, go on, Buster.
I was just gonna say, are you gonna which one are you capitalizing? Which one not?
Yeah. It's a good question, though. You definitely do need to know what flat means. And where do you reckon he's going to nail this? Do you reckon?
We'll see.
No chance.
When you think about this for a moment, flat is one of those annoying words that, well, if you try to define it, we very quickly follow some circular reasoning because flat, so what is flat? Flat is something that isn't curved. Well,
it's a visual surface signifier.
That's it.
That's what I call it, right? That's how I would describe flat. And it's being as close as you can get to the geometric 2D plane in reality.
Even more of a zoomed out view on what he's saying is all of a sudden he's starting to dive in to something that's an assumption. Before, he never did that.
So what is curved? Well, curved is something that isn't flat. So we're not making progress.
He made that. That's him making it circular, isn't he?
Yep.
Why? How to confuse one word?
So at the Eratosthenes argument, he was performing circular reasoning, and now he's warning us, don't do circular reasoning.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's his circular reasoning, though. I mean, who else thought flat? Right? He's asking the question. Is the Earth flat? And then he's saying, what do you mean by flat? Well, flat isn't curved. And what's curved? Well, curved isn't flat. Like, that's ridiculous for anybody to bring an argument up like that and then add something so fucking circular right in there.
A professor, no doubt.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
No shit, Sherlock.
Go on,
he's gonna pull
this back, right? He's gonna surprise us now with something better.
We can show, we can demonstrate how to make flat surfaces, but
we can show, we can demonstrate how to make flat surfaces. He says that, right? Just after he said there's a circular bit, it's not curved. Right, so we now know that flat is not curved, and we know how to demonstrate a not curved surface. Brilliant. Well done, that fan. I'll go back and do that again.
It's curved. Well, curved is something
Whatever
that
you
isn't
like.
flat. You know, so we're not making progress. We can show, we can demonstrate how to make flat surfaces, but the purpose of this talk is to
we can show and demonstrate how to make a flat surface, but the purpose of this is to show a picture.
Yeah, where's he gonna go now?
Do you want to hear that again?
Gets better.
Right, I'm gonna have to do this as a clip. Right, here we go.
about this for a moment. Flat is one of those annoying words that, well, if you try to define it, we very quickly follow some circular reasoning, because flat, so what is flat? Flat is something that isn't curved. Well, so what is curved? Well, curved is something that isn't flat. You know, so we're not making progress. We can show, we can demonstrate how to make flat surfaces, but the purpose of this talk is to derive some more intrinsic ways of measuring. So there's my story about Eratosthenes.
Right, so he's gone off again. What was the point of what he just said then? He said you can show how to make flat, and then that would obviously show that the Earth is not flat. If you can show flat, you go, here's flat, here's not flat. That's it. Boom, game over.
Listen to his definition. The flat is not curved.
Circular reasoning, and then he brings on circular reasoning. He's telling you.
He's defining flat, but being not curved, and curved being not flat. This is circular reasoning, tautology. This is Professor. Thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah.
6-figure salary.
Well, who knows? It's Southampton.
Maybe I'm reaching.
So he didn't read the definition of flat plane from Euclid, I think.
Well, no, but I mean, flat isn't in Euclid, is it? Flat is like a reality term. Like I'd say, you have lines and perpendicular and planes in geometry, and you have terms like horizontal and vertical that exist in reality, right? They don't, well, you can put it on paper and try and do that, but that's where they come from in reality. And flat is as close as you can get to a two-dimensional plane in geometry. Flat is a real term. Flat exists in reality.
That's what you're saying. It's a surface characteristic in reality. Is that right?
It's a visual surface characteristic. Because you can't have 2D in reality. But flat would be as close as you could get to that.
It could also be described flat as a surface that doesn't have any parts higher or lower than any other.
Yeah.
I go around. We went around and around with QE on that bullshit.
Well, QE has the level thing. Yeah.
QE has it as an orientation, right?
He has an orientation problem.
Yeah. We just have it as a visual, or I just have it as a visual surface characteristic. But I mean, I'd go along with his as well. I mean, it's not curved. Yeah. That would fit with my definition of flat.
Legit.
But curved you'd need to know a few more things about a curved surface rather than stating it's not flat, because that's the not definition, right? It's not. That's not a definition.
How many times have you asked for that though? How many times in this server have people come in and you say, "Can you define a curve?"
Yeah.
And silence.
Yeah.
Remember when Rakia came in one day and said that one of his crew members texted him that they watered the land. They just finished.
Yeah.
What should we do next? So that says it all. That means that he gave him a piece of land from this distance to that distance a square, and he had to level it, make it flat. No part higher or lower than the other. It's pretty simple. I mean, it's not rocket science, right?
Yeah, well, that when you say that as well, that's giving an orientation to it, isn't it? Flat.
Yes, I gave an orientation as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can make a wall flat, and that's vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can turn it, any which way you want once it's flat. Yep.
Right. So,
like, I can take my table that's horizontal right now, chop off the stand, and put it on the wall. It's still flat.
Yeah, the table.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to go to your house where you got a table on the wall.
The wall table.
Shows that if you have some way of getting off the planet, then you can actually convince yourself that the Earth is a beautiful globe, quite fragile one at that. And you can, of course, measure its size. So if you like 1 million miles away, and you have access to NASA's Deep Space Climate Observatory, you can see beautiful pictures like this.
Do you want me to play that again? Because I think he did say some fantastic things in there. Right, what do you mean by
planetary?
Show we can demonstrate how to make flat surfaces, but the purpose of this talk is to derive some more intrinsic ways of measuring. So it's
derive more intrinsic ways of measuring. I should really put
what
the.
What does it mean? What does it mean? Anybody can explain that?
Intrinsic. That's a good question.
He wants to derive some more intrinsic ways of measuring.
He's obviously never heard of the King's Knuckle.
This is gibberish.
Yeah, I would go with that as well. Here we go.
My story about Eratosthenes shows that if you have some way of getting off the planet,
his story shows that if you have some way of getting off the planet, how? Why? Where did that come from?
So this is another presumption, because if we have some way, he didn't say that we have. If we have.
No, but his Eratosthenes presentation didn't derive that if you have some way of getting off the planet at all. Yeah. They internalized an angle. They didn't assume going out, did they?
Could I just say intrinsic is belonging naturally?
Yeah.
It's same as innate or whatever.
Derive.
How can you derive what is innate? Nonsense.
Seem a bit like saying something about what's in the room and not letting you open the door to see what's in the room.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. Oh yeah, right.
So to see intrinsic properties of something, you have go to the space.
Yeah.
That's
He's trying to derive some other way to measure. Right? Like not actually measure, derive some other way of measuring. Like getting 1 million miles away. Now did you measure 1 million miles?
But is intrinsically is the definition of intrinsic is belonging naturally. Is that natural to see something from that far away? I mean, that's not naturally.
It's insane. Play of words, magic.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where we're at with the trivium. And the use of these words and the definitions of what the words mean, and I think he's just showing us it all.
Yeah.
Then you can actually convince yourself that the Earth is a beautiful globe.
You can actually convince, if you can derive some new way to intrinsically go off, and then if you can actually go off there and get this picture, then you can actually convince yourself that the Earth is a beautiful globe. Only then, not now.
But
then,
this not prove. It doesn't prove to you. It convincing you.
Yeah.
This is dialectics.
You can actually convince yourself.
Yeah, this is obviously naturally doing this.
This is a paralogism, right?
Is
He's
dialectics
showing you how to
not
convince
proving
yourself.
convincing?
Yeah. Self-paralogism explanation.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Join with us. Chant with us. It's globe. Convince yourself. Come on.
All
The
hail
globe
Big
is so
E.
beautiful that you have to convince yourself that this is real.
Yeah.
Look at it. It's so beautiful.
I'm fragile. I feel sorry for it. He's going to stop sorry.
Quite fragile one at that.
Quite fragile.
And you can, of course, measure its size. So if you...
And of course, you can, of course, measure its size. How? Just breeze past it. That's a magic trick. Who's convinced by that? Do you reckon he's going to tell us? Of course, you can measure it. How?
Yes, from radius, of course. We can measure radius and we can measure circumference. This is simple.
Yeah, they can't measure a radius, right? Absolutely. Step one, impossible to measure a radius.
God.
And then step two, Earth from 1 million miles away. How do they measure 1 million miles away? And how do they measure that? And then how do they use that distance that they've got away to measure the size of that ball?
I think that they can do that with standardized camels.
Yeah. Guys walking. Yeah, maybe giraffes. It's a standard NASA measurement, isn't it? Of course you can measure its size.
Well, that's what surveyors did back in Aristophanes' days. They just walked and timed camels, I guess. I don't know.
Camel walkers.
Camel surveyors.
They were counting steps in space.
Yeah.
I'll put them in chat for you, Bev.
What?
Some pickies.
Oh, we're going through this video, so I'll have a look at them when we're done after this video.
I've put water in the well as well.
If you like 1 million miles away, and you have access to NASA's Deep Space Climate Observatory, you can see beautiful pictures like this.
See, if you're 1 million miles away and you can do that, you can get access to pictures like this. How's that a measurement? What's he talking about?
It's intrinsic naturally. Come on.
Of course you can measure it. You can just get pictures like this.
So this is the Earth from the side of the Americas, and here it is from the side of Africa. So it has two sides, so it rotates.
It has two sides.
A sphere.
Wow, done.
Just brilliant.
Oh, it's genius. It must be, right?
Double-sided sphere.
It's globe. That does it
You
for
like
me.
that one, huh?
That was good. Double-sided sphere.
That was definite proof of the globe. What he just said.
It has two sides, so it rotates. There you go.
Sphere.
They got motion in there as well. Well done.
Crazy. A professor, man.
As you come closer, for instance, somebody bought you a ticket.
He does a lot of ums. Does that sound familiar to anyone?
PhD.
I think I'll rumpus when
No, it's
this guy
PhD
talks.
Tony. It's the
PhD Tony.
Yeah.
No.
Ticket to go to the ISS.
It's true, the man. Yeah.
Somebody bought you a ticket to go to the ISS, right? That's how you start off an argument, isn't it?
That's a perfectly logical premise.
Somebody bought you, right?
bought you a ticket to go to the ISS, it will look a little bit like that. So you.
It will look a little bit like that.
Or does it look like that? Or a little bit like that?
A little bit like that. But
I
that
don't
seems like a time lapse. But I mean, hey.
You still see curvature.
You can still
Just
see
imagine
curvature.
Yeah.
So he's gone 1,000,000 miles away, and now he's gone to the ISS.
And this is probably slightly less pronounced than what you've seen before. A lower Earth orbit, you have beautiful pictures like this one.
Pictures.
What's the difference?
This is going to get good now, right?
And if you come closer still, so if you're at the top of a tall building,
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it.
then
I've seen it already.
debatable, right? Do we see curvature? Are these artifacts? Is this curvature real, or is this an artifact?
Artifact. Sounds
I just
familiar, doesn't it?
Maybe fisheye lens.
Can I just say that the door you can open is this picture?
Yeah.
Because you could do that. You could open that door.
Yeah.
But the ones he showed before is the door you can't open to see if the cell phones are on.
Yeah, well, what he's doing here cleverly, he's going to link those ones with these ones in a progression.
Oh.
Right, yeah. So, like, this curvature real, or is this an artifact?
Of the way I've taken the picture. And if you come closer still, so this is what my garden looks.
Yeah, he did that. From the top of a building to a plan view of his garden.
Well,
Not even looking in the same direction. Not even looking horizontally now. No, it's vertical, straight down.
But he's got Big E. He's
Earth,
got Big E.
yeah.
It says Big E
Earth.
from about 1 meter high.
Yeah.
Come on.
Plan.
Looks like from about 1 meter high. I don't see any curvature anymore. It's just a flat piece of grass.
Flat? Like, go back again, right? Would anyone say that's flat?
No.
No. I would.
I think that the picture is flat because the surface of the picture is flat.
Yeah, that earth and grass isn't not flat. This guy's obsessed, right?
Yes, he's talking nonsense from
this
the
guy's
beginning.
flat earth obsessed.
I'm just laughing.
Yeah.
Gonna zoom in more.
Yeah. He's not finished at 1 meter. Oh no!
Don't see any curvature.
Go on.
His grass is growing horizontally.
Upwards, yeah.
Anymore. It's just a flat piece of grass. And from ground level, the earth looks like this near where I live. So this question...
It looks like that near where he lives.
Only where he lives.
His back garden?
Yeah.
Come on.
So this question, right, this is his question. Right now, after explaining that.
How do I know that the earth is flat is quite important, and this is going to be an important...
Say, how do I know the earth is flat?
Yeah, listen.
Don't see any curvature anymore. It's just a flat piece of grass. And from ground level, the earth looks like this near where I live. So this question, how do I know that the earth is flat, is quite important. And this is going to be a major part of the first section of this talk.
So he just says, how do I know that the earth is flat? Now, that we'll have to give him the benefit of the doubt there, right? Not flat. He must have meant not flat.
Then he brings up a grid.
Oh, Bev, they do have this thing where they have to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
And slip it in. So just listen to his voice.
His question is the earth flat? And he's just said he knows that it is flat.
Yeah. And that will be his get out clause. He's actually told you that it is flat.
Well,
now,
I mean,
dismiss what he just said in his mind, in their tiny little brains, that has cleared his conscience.
It's not flat.
Yeah. It's not. Yeah, it's not flat.
There's one thing this does tell me: they are getting very concerned about this movement.
What movement? There's no movement. We're going over a guy here that's obviously confused.
Not you. I'm just talking about the whole situation of people waking up to this truth.
What truth?
The Earth is not what we've been told.
It's not flat. That's he's asking. Right? No. He's asking the question: is the Earth flat? We are saying absolutely not. Definitely not. No. But he has just said he knows it is. And listen to his explanation. Right? There's no movement going on or anything here. What we're trying to do is explain somebody who's obviously model afflicted, and they've got a problem. Their paralogism is stopping them from seeing reality or even making sense when they talk about things. Listen to what he says and listen to his words.
Like this near where I live. So this question, how do I know that the Earth is flat, is quite important, and this is going to be a major part of the first section of this talk. So when you think about a flat surface, your imagination might create a picture like this. What you see here is something that we would call a flat surface. So I have a
Why? Why is that a flat surface?
He is trying to justify it to himself.
No.
You know,
No.
Start stumbling.
No, why is it a flat surface?
There are no elevation changes on it.
It has right angles on it.
It's got right angles. It's a square. It's a grid formation. Parallel lines. They only exist in a plane. That's what you call a flat surface. It's a geometric proof. The square proves parallel lines and the geometric perpendicularity of that, as dictated by geometry. Simple. Go on.
a rectangle which is divided into a square grid, and this grid is made of parallel lines. I said two words here that require explanation. First, a line. What is a line? What is a straight line in particular? That's something that the ancients never defined.
Do you hear that? Do you want to do it again?
Oh,
Want to do it again?
So
No.
Pure mathematics.
This is new.
Yeah? Pure mathematics.
The ancients did define it.
Yeah.
Is he skipping over something here?
No, I'm going to go back and do that again.
I'm
After this
talking about,
one.
is he omitting what Euclid said?
One of the best.
Well, he's just said, listen to what he says, right? Before anybody gets up in arms, don't get triggered by the professor.
Into a square grid, and this grid is made of parallel lines. I said two words here that require explanation. First, a line. What is a line? What is a straight line in particular? That's something that the ancients never defined. In Euclid's geometry, a line was something that was self-evident, that a straight line, you knew what it was. It somehow, he never gave us a definition of that.
What?
Almost like he's been listening to us talking in the early days, right?
What?
Yeah? Remember all of those times we asked people when we first started, please define a straight line. And they didn't have a definition. How many times did we say it's self-evident what a straight line is? It's intrinsic. It's elemental. But it's definitely defined.
Yeah.
Distance between 2 points.
No, Bri. That's me defining. That's what I've said all along. Shortest distance between 2 points. I'll give you Euclid's definition right now.
Euclid's definition is that the points which are evenly in position.
A
something
straight
like
line.
that.
A straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. So it was defined. That's the definition of it. A straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. Definition 4, book 1.
It's always been
listening,
defined.
Professor? You're listening, Professor? Unbelievable.
Evenly.
Yeah.
Yes.
No elevation changes.
No, there's no elevation talked about. It's geometry.
Not deviating in any direction.
It lies
When they
evenly.
say they've got a straight line on a curved surface, they cannot have that.
The curved surface hadn't even been defined. Right? It's before. The straight line has to be defined before the curve. Has to be.
That's the reference.
Yeah. Forget about curve. This man here has just said the ancients never defined a straight line. Well, definition 4 in Euclid's Elements is the definition of a straight line. So he might not know about Euclid, him being a pure mathematician.
Well, Professor.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad.
That's a strange
These are
thing
the
for
shadow
someone to
giants.
say that. Strange thing for someone to say.
This guy's not a shadow giant.
That's paralogism, right? He needs to
Or
get
the
somewhere.
believers of. Yeah. Good point, Buster. The believers and the professors of the shadow giants.
Well, he might be trying to place himself as a shadow giant.
Oh, he's got a long road to tread.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
Put it in yours then.
Crazy. Puts a grid down. Wow.
Yeah. That's geometric proof, but I mean... oof.
Now, parallel lines are lines, and this is an ingenious extension and shows that they had great power of abstraction. So parallel lines are ones that if you extend them indefinitely, they never meet.
Great powers of abstraction.
What?
Yeah. Again, I have to do it.
That's
this
not
is the sort of
abstract.
thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to listen to this sort of stuff, isn't it?
This is where the
foundational.
great magic trick comes, the parallel magic trick.
Because he's talking about undefined parallel lines.
No, he just wants it to be abstract.
Yeah. He has to make this fit his paralogism, the great paralogism that this man holds. He has to make this geometry fit that. And it's hard work. It really is.
Does he mention Gauss anywhere in this?
Oof. Well, let's go.
Gave us a definition of that. Now, parallel lines are lines, and this is an ingenious extension and shows that they had great power of abstraction. So parallel lines are ones that if you extend them indefinitely, they never meet. That's really something quite important.
Yeah.
And of this, the ancients knew how to, given a line, how to create a family of lines parallel to it at equal distances. And that is before.
There you go.
Pause
they
that.
knew how to do it. Betty, I hope you're going well at blues, because you might have a bit of a go with this professor here.
Wait a minute. He said the ancients didn't define a straight line, but now he's saying the ancients
knew how to get a parallel line.
lines.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
This is
Wait what he does next. This is where the model affliction comes in.
The model affliction's been evident all the way through, right?
Yeah, but I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah.
With the parallel lines.
Because one of the axioms of Euclidean geometry is that if you have a line...
One of the axioms of Euclidean geometry.
He says it's not defined, and now he's showing it defined?
The
As an axiom.
No, this is...
As an axiom.
yeah. See if this is any axiom that you've heard of.
And
or
a point
the
not
other one.
on it. There is a unique line parallel to the one you started with that goes through that point.
That's the triangle axiom reformed into parallels.
Yeah, triangle axiom.
Yeah, don't mention the triangles, the two right angles. Don't.
Yeah, that's a trigger. Don't get trigger happy.
Much effort, it was discovered that this axiom is actually independent of the rest of Euclid's axioms. So this is...
It's independent. It's a self-evident truth. It's independent of the other self-evident truths. Surprise, surprise. Like all of them.
How many double speaks has he done? It's like about 5, 6. I lost count.
This is not something that's, if you like, fixed forever. And I will show you in a moment what that, why this is relevant. But for now, it's a central part of Euclidean geometry that if you have a line and a point not on the line, you can draw a line parallel to it going through a point. Why this is important? A lot of elementary geometry rests on statements like that. And one of them would be something that I'm sure everyone listening to this talk knows only too well, and it's probably so unexciting that you're now beginning to think, why have I tuned in to listen to someone tell me that the sum of the internal angles in a triangle is exactly 180 degrees? But
is exactly 180 degrees. I mean, like, no way.
Yeah, but wait.
Yeah.
Go back and play that again.
Yeah, you want it. It does say it was a bit of a confusing mess, right? Like trying to get used to the words that he's listening to. But yeah, here we go. Listen.
Of Euclid's axiom. So this is not something that's, if you like, fixed forever. And I will show you in a moment what that.
It's not fixed forever.
Like so what? not axiom. Axiom which is not axiom, because axioms are fixed indeed.
Well, this is an unfixated axiom.
Well, you can make a parallel line, right? He's not denying it. It's just very obfuscational, right?
I would call it evolving axioms, like evolving truth in Hegel's philosophy.
Nice one.
Fluid axioms.
Yes.
Is relevant, but for now, it's a central part of Euclidean geometry that if you have a line and a point not on the line, you can draw a line parallel to it going through a point.
It's not a central part of Euclidean geometry, that. It's just a natural thing that would occur the moment you have a straight line. I'd say that is the central part of Euclidean geometry, is the fact that between any 2 points you have a straight line. And from that, you can do everything else within geometry. Just those 2 points, that's all you need.
Why does
you make a circle and wham.
Yep, circle, straight line. All the rest just happens naturally in a progression from that. That's the central point of Euclidean geometry. The fact that parallel lines obviously exist and have to with the straight line. Along with straight line comes parallel.
Important. A lot of elementary geometry rests on statements like that. And one of them would be something that I'm sure everyone listening to this talk knows only too well, and it's probably so unexciting that you're now beginning to think, why have I tuned in to listen to someone tell me that the sum of the internal angles in a triangle is exactly 180 degrees. But please bear with me. It will get exciting very shortly. How do we know that this is true?
Don't
first
worry,
of
I'll
all?
fix that.
Using what I just told you about parallel lines and taking vertex as a point not on the line through the base, I can draw a parallel line through it. Extending the size of my triangle, I get this beautiful picture. And now, something that I'm sure many of you will recognize from elementary geometry, I can now compare angles. We have beautiful statements about comparing angles created by lines intersecting parallel lines. So you know that this angle at the bottom right of my triangle is the same as the angle at the top here. The same goes from about the angle at the bottom left. It equals the other angle on the right. And of course, the lines at the top vertex of my triangle are the same. Okay? So
No way! He's just done a proof that triangles have 180 degrees or straight line, right?
Yeah, but that's all
Two
to
right
build a
angles.
house of cards to
Who was
break
he
it down.
I just want to know who he was tuning into.
Yeah.
He said he tuned in to somebody.
That part was correct about this. This is how we prove that the triangle has 180 degrees. This was correct. This bit.
Yeah. So far, so good, but give him a chance.
Yeah, but is this not correct? I posted. Are we not coming up on the Bridge of Asses?
No, not yet. I mean, no, he doesn't need to do that. But he could be. It's in this, isn't it?
It seems like he might be. I'll listen.
Yeah. He's got these as being different angles, I think, anyway.
So I've arranged the three internal angles so that they match together to form one semicircle. And we know that the angle associated with this semicircle is 180 degrees or pi. Okay, so this is how we know that the sum of the internal angles in the triangle is 180 degrees. Okay, but
that's good. It's good. That's how we know.
I think the model affliction is about to kick in now soon.
Yeah. Well, obviously, the guys just give a geometric proof of triangles having 180 degrees. You've obviously got to undo that.
At last, he's professor, so
yeah,
he must know something.
Yeah, I mean, that would be triangles having 180 degrees would be applied mathematics, wouldn't it? Because you could definitely do that in reality, and that's how you work out trigonometry and all of that. That is applied mathematics from reality, right?
But
that's why it was making sense.
Yeah.
The only bit was making sense.
Yeah.
That we live on the surface of a ball. So
you want to go back to that again? I'm not too sure where we agreed that, but I mean, listen.
We know that the sum of the internal angles in the triangle is 180 degrees. Okay, but we've agreed that we live on the surface of a ball.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. There's the paralogism. There it is. It's like he's just gone from triangles and gone, whoa, I'm going to have to slap myself here. How did that happen?
Because we agreed because we convinced ourselves. He said that before.
Yeah.
Enough.
Well, because we have a triangle axiom, we have agreed
we live on the surface of a ball. We're gonna have to wipe that triangle shit out the way now.
So, we can't have that.
Yeah, we've just give you a geometric proof of triangles having 180 degrees. So let's see where we go from here.
So is any of what I just said actually true? So one immediate question that comes.
He's just give you a mathematical proof of a triangle having 180 degrees, and he's immediately questioning it because he says that we've agreed that we live on a ball.
Wow. Don't open the door to the room.
Yeah.
Guys.
Don't look
Don't
in
open
there.
the door.
We've agreed. We agree. You all agreed. There's no going back on it now, guys.
Model Affliction Zone entered.
It is Model Affliction Monday. This is the Great Paralogism University Edition.
To mind. So what is a line? What is a straight line on the surface of the sphere? So
what is a straight line on the surface of a sphere?
Oh God, he's entered b-ball territory.
Not straight, Professor.
It's curved.
Yeah, it's a ball.
Clue, get a clue.
What is? How do you ask that question? Let me ask anybody in this panel. How do you ask that question? What is a straight line on the surface of a sphere? Anybody want to take a?
It's not
I'd
a
say
straight
square.
line. Not.
Yeah,
not straight
that.
line.
Not P. P is the identity of a straight line.
And that line on the surface of a ball is not
P.
Exactly. Well, if it's 2D.
As I remember, at the beginning of his lecture, so to speak, he said that the flat plane is not curved, but this is something new. He's saying that we have on a ball surface we have straight lines. This is seems to me contradictory, but maybe I am too stupid to understand.
No.
Yeah, so he's on a flat plane, right?
What?
He's on a flat plane.
No, he's just showed us a picture of a ball.
So what's? He said, "What is a straight line on the surface of a sphere?"
Yeah,
that's what I was asking.
I've got the bit here. He says, right, this is the bit. We've agreed that we live on the surface of a ball. The surface of a ball, not a ball. The surface of a ball. Doesn't that sound familiar?
Oh yeah.
Yes, 2D ball.
I bet it's 2D.
That's what I'm saying, SE.
I hope some of these guys are listening, because this sounds the terminology that this guy's using here and the wordage he's using sounds very specific, right? And used sophistry like. He's treading twinkle toe like through his word usage within this bit
But
here.
I don't think he's a sophist. He's just believing he's drinking his own Kool-Aid.
Yeah,
I think he's
paralogism.
been beyond the educational circles. Sounds like.
Yeah, it sounds like he's been listening to a lot of the people who counter what we say.
Yeah.
To be honest. And this bit now here says this.
So, is any of what I just said actually true?
It's a university professor. He's asking people, you, everyone that's listening, to question what he's just said about a triangle having a mathematical proof. Seriously.
So one immediate question that comes to mind. So what is a line? What is a straight line on the surface of the sphere? So it's clear that the Euclidean straight lines no longer live on our sphere, right? You can't really have a straight line on this sphere. It will poke through it, and that's not what we do in our everyday experience. We travel along curves that sit on the surface of our beautiful ball.
Seriously?
Poor Brenda. Poor Brenda, because Brenda thinks that we have straight lines on curved surface, I think. Or not, but I am mistaken. Some people say that we have straight line on a ball.
I think this guy's about to redefine straight around his ball.
But now he is saying that inside Euclidean geometry we cannot have straight lines on the ball. That's what he said right
The
now.
biggest question will be is if he says that it's a shorter.
Yeah,
straight
shorter
line
than the
distance.
straight line.
Yeah, I mean that'll be the biggest thing.
He just put 2D surface of a sphere in Euclidean geometry. That's what he just did.
So we need to understand what would be a good analog of a straight line in our situation. So indeed, what is a straight line? I told you that Euclid never defined it, and we had to wait until Descartes in the 15th century when he created coordinate geometry where a straight line was a particular curve satisfying a particular equation.
He did just say that. He
there
did.
we are.
Yeah. He defines a straight line as a particular curve.
He said he never defined it.
So the first premise is a lie because it was defined. Then now he has some convoluted geodesic, yes? Geodesic between 2 points is the shortest path connecting them. I
What is
didn't
the
know that.
Okay, he's posted a diagram. What's the geodesic in that picture?
Well, here we go. Because he's already blurring the lines between a straight line and Gauss. Gauss didn't do that. That was silly. Gauss's developer of coordinate geometry wasn't so he could redefine straight line as a curve. That didn't happen either. But I mean, this is a pure mathematician. Must be different. I'll go back just a little bit there. What is a straight line? That's good.
He also said that Euclid didn't define it.
Yeah. I told you that Euclid never defined it, and we had to wait until
Descartes in the 15th century when he created coordinate geometry where a straight line was a particular curve satisfying a particular equation. But there is a different way to look at it.
What Descartes defined it, but there's a different way to look at it. What's he saying?
He's saying that they invented something in 15th century, but this is not good enough. As I understand what he said, maybe I am mistaken. I don't know.
I'm just looking at what he's got posted.
Yeah.
And he's got a geodesic between 2 points is the shortest path connecting them.
Yeah.
But he's
Straight
not
line.
defining what line that is.
It's a straight line. It'd be the red one. Obviously, you know what a geodesic is. The shortest line between 2 points.
No, I just was wanting him to.
He will. He'll say surface, right? He's gonna have to. It's the only way he can. He's got to put the surface of his ball there.
When they say geodesic, ask him, is that a straight line?
It is a straight
See
line.
what they say. I know.
You notice that they say between 2 points is a shortest straight path, not the shortest straight path.
Well, that's because they're gonna put a qualifier surface. Always listen for it.
Extremities of the surface are lines.
A plane.
If you want to walk from one point to another, there would typically be very many.
He does sound a lot like Tony, doesn't he? To be honest. If you would like now, look, he's listen to what he says.
Descartes in the 15th century when he created coordinate geometry where a straight line was a particular curve satisfying a particular equation. But there is a different way to look at it. If you
different way to look at it.
Want to walk from one point
to walk. He's doing geometry, looking at geometry and now he's walking from one point.
Yeah.
I mean, who does geometry walking? Apart from the early surveyors that Eratosthenes hired.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah. Everybody.
But those were professional walkers.
Yeah,
Let's get that
professional.
straight.
Yeah. Not
Yeah.
you, because he's asking you. If you want to walk, I'm not a professional walking surveyor.
Counting camel steps. Yeah.
Yeah.
To another, there would typically be very many ways to do it. In fact, infinitely many different ways to do it. Is there something special about the Euclidean line connecting the 2 points that you have chosen?
Yeah, straight. The shortest path. I mean, come on.
Why is he invoking Euclidean line when he says Euclidean didn't define it? Like that's a not paralogism, but like
sophistry.
Yeah. Is it sophistry or is it the great paralogism that's making him say this? He has to confuse himself, if not everybody else that's with him.
But he says, like right there on screen, it says Euclidean line connecting the 2 points, but he says Euclidean didn't define the line, but he's now turning around and saying Euclidean line connecting the 2 points.
Because
would you say
if this Euclidean straight line is not defined, then this line is only not straight, but it's straight, but generally it is a particular example of curved line. And the particular example of curved line in that instance is straight line, but it's still curved. I think that's what he's going to do with that.
You reckon? On a surface. But if you put it on a surface of a ball, then it'll be curved.
Undevelopable.
Yeah.
So let's agree let's introduce a new word here. A geodesic between 2 points in your...
So let's agree. What are we agreeing at? Just an injection of a new word? Is there something special?
Line connecting the 2 points that you have chosen. So let's agree
Let's agree at what? Like, what are we all agreeing on now?
We're agreeing on that you can have a tangent to a straight line on a curve, but let's just throw away a chord.
Yeah, like the actual straight line. We won't have that, and we'll replace it with a not straight line, but we're going to call it straight and completely forget about the actual straight that is straight.
Right.
Yeah. For a minute, let's agree on that.
Introduce a new word here. A geodesic between 2 points in your space is the shortest path that connects them.
There you go. Between 2 points in your space is the shortest path that connects them. That's a straight line. Why did he bring a new word in? What's it for?
Bendy space-time?
The shortest path, he's trying to say. What we say is a straight line. He's to say, well, we call that a geodesic. It's like, but it is a straight line, right? Ah, well, it's a geodesic. You can imagine that a geodesic is straight with curve. Sophistry, this bit.
Okay. And an awful lot of mathematical discovery has gone into proving the fact that in the plane, geodesics are straight lines.
You want to...
So they are former straight lines, because in the plane, they are really straight lines.
They are straight lines.
If you bend the plane into a sphere, they are still former straight lines.
Yeah.
Not actual, but former straight lines. Now they are curved, but because they are formerly were straight lines, then we can also call them straight lines. Very good job.
And it's more than just sophistry, Bev, because when they introduce that term, let's agree, if they get the people listening to in their minds agree to what he's saying, you're committing them to that belief then.
Yeah.
So it's sophistry and wizardry combined.
No. He's a sophist getting you to agree to a paralogism.
Yeah. Yeah, he wants you to accept the paralogism that he holds. And he's trying his best to give you that. They are, look, I mean they are straight, but straight. A Euclid straight. You know what? Everybody knows what straight lines is, but we'll just call them geodesics for now. And he's not even done it yet, but I mean he's laying the framework, isn't he? It's obvious what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Here he comes.
Okay, so the straight lines that we know are in fact in the Euclidean plane are the shortest lines between any 2 points. If you say to me at this point that you knew that all along, I would disagree. It's an awful lot of beautiful mathematics that's required.
What?
He uses the word beautiful. He used the word. What was the last time he used the word beautiful?
Beautiful mathematics.
Beautiful
like
globe.
Awful lot of beautiful mathematics.
Yeah. If you said to this man that you already knew that a straight line was the shortest distance between 2 points, and that also occurred on a plane, he'd say he doubts it because there's a lot of beautiful mathematics that goes in. Like the fact that was the definition in Euclid that he said didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Wizardry.
Mm-hmm.
Look how smug he looks. I'm sorry.
Don't you carry your calculator when you walk a straight line to do all the mathematics needed to get from point A to point B?
We're going to listen to that again.
Ridiculous.
Proving the fact that in the plane, geodesics are straight lines. Okay, so the straight lines that we know are in fact in the Euclidean plane are the shortest lines between any 2 points. If you say to me at this point that you knew that all along, I would disagree. It's an awful lot of beautiful mathematics that's required to actually prove this.
Prove a straight line in a plane. Are you sure? The shortest distance between 2 points.
He already proved it with the triangle axiom.
Yeah. And triangles having 180 degrees. All of that sort of stuff. I mean,
I think this triangle proof is outdated. There are new, more complicated mathematics which are better.
Beautiful.
Beautiful and new and better. And so.
We were told that ages ago. When I first came in, we were told this is antiquated stuff.
Antiquated straight line. Yeah, we've got a new straight line now. Can't be using that old antiquated straight line. Shortest distance between 2 points.
Are you guys still straight line 1.0? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need the straight line 2.0.
Ancient straight lines. Traditional straight lines, you know.
You didn't get the update. Come on, guys. I got it
2022.
Windows 11. Get with the program.
It's way better than the original straight line because it's not only straight, but it's also curved, so you get a 2-for-1 deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can imagine it any way you want, really.
There's a song there, surely, the old straight line.
Right line.
But what about the sphere?
Fuck the old straight line.
Can we call it from now on? Can we call it ye old straight line?
Ye oldie straight line.
Ye old straight line.
Come on, Buster, start putting some lyrics down.
Yeah.
Wrote a song about it. You want to hear it? Here it goes.
Oh, yeah.
Right, come on. We have to get through this. We're only 20 minutes in.
Are in fact in the Euclidean plane are the shortest lines between any 2 points. If you say to me at this point that you knew that all along,
I knew it all along.
It's an awful lot of beautiful mathematics that's required to actually prove this. But what about the sphere?
What about the sphere? Like, what? What sphere? Oh, the great paralogism. It's never too far away, is it? We're talking about straight lines.
Okay, we don't have straight lines.
Would you
but we
say
have
he's the
Oh,
sophist?
look.
We don't have straight lines.
But we have geodesics. But he's just said geodesics are straight lines.
So we
Shortest
have
distance.
we have instead of straight lines, we have improved. Straight
Yeah, new 2.0 straight line.
All right,
Straight.
look. This is the point where he shuts the door, starts telling you
Yeah.
something.
Yeah,
about
don't look
what's
in there.
behind
Yeah,
the
yeah.
door.
Well,
Yeah.
This
It's
is
a
what's
plane.
behind the door. Yeah.
It's the surface.
So he shut the door and told you about geodesics. Don't need to know about straight lines, just geodesics.
Yeah.
Don't open that door.
And a geodesic in the Euclidean sense is a straight line, like as you knew it.
Do not look in Pandora's box. Whatever you do,
Just don't open the door. But here's your geodesics. Even though Euclidean Book 11 deals with solid geometry.
Yeah, 2D plane, 2D plane, 3D.
Blah,
2D
blah,
plane,
blah.
2D plane, sphere. Here we go.
Here we
Bish,
go.
bash, bash.
You open the door and the circle is shaded.
You're really low, Sugar Cookie. Like, really low. Like a little tiny mouse somewhere. Can hardly hear you talking.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll fix it.
Geodesics.
that's
We
Sugar
have
Cookie,
shortest
the master of voice and sound. Low. Buster, get on him.
He's fixing it.
Prove this. But what about the sphere? Okay, we don't have straight lines, but we have geodesics. We have shortest lines between points. And on the sphere, geodesics are great circles. So what is
See? Circles. Straight lines are circles on a sphere.
But before he said shortest distance between points in space, not on the sphere, in space.
Not on the surface, yes, in space.
In space, so this is
geodesics.
Different.
Yeah, he's just changed the definition of what a geodesic is.
And what the shortest distance is, because formerly it was distance between points in space, and now distance between points on a sphere.
Yeah, all points, right?
Yeah.
That it passes across, not just between two. All.
He just shut the door for you guys, like
Exactly.
Well, not for you, not you guys, but like for people in general. He shut the door to say, "We'll put that aside for a minute. Things that weren't defined, we'll shut the door now." Okay, let me tell you something.
Put that aside for a second while I show you a circle with shading on it.
Yep.
Not only that, but what was once a straight line became a curved line is now a circle.
Yeah.
Well,
so now it's a 3-for-1 deal. Screw the law of identity. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we got this.
This is the new straight. Here we go.
So radius of the circle is the circle, because if radius is straight line and
No. It's a 2D surface. There is no radius.
No more radius.
It's a radiusless sphere.
We've closed the door on a straight line.
Yeah,
We've closed that door. You can't go past that door. No more straight line.
Yeah. The radius is the straight line. You can't have that. That doesn't exist anymore.
So now circle hasn't got any radius.
Yeah, radiusless circles and radiusless spheres.
Nope. No more.
Gone. Just conceptualize it as a Euclidean 2D plane, but just curve it like a sphere.
Yep.
Like a sphere in the mind. This is the great paralogism.
Yep. We've closed the door on a straight line. He shut that door.
It's a great circle. Imagine that you have this
circle.
Exactly.
Yep.
Sphere, and you slice through it using a plane. And if your plane goes through the...
You slice through it using a plane. What sort of plane?
Oh, wow.
Oh, a Euclidean plane? No way.
Maybe we've got it back now.
With straight lines. Yeah, I mean, like, ooh, I don't think he meant to do that, though, to be honest.
You guys
He shouldn't have
being
mentioned
silly.
that.
It was a joke.
Listening to his words.
If you imagine, did he say? I have to go back. I don't want to be putting words in his mouth.
Okay, we don't have straight lines, but we have geodesics. We have shortest lines between points. And
We have shortest line between points. Again, he just said we don't have them, but now we do have them. It's very confusing if anybody's listening to this. We have shortest lines between points.
on the sphere, geodesics are great circles. So what is
It's just a statement.
a great circle? Imagine that you have a sphere and
Imagine that you have a sphere.
you slice through it using a plane. And if
There you go. Slice through it using a plane. Euclidean, straight lines. All the straight lines are on that plane. We've just turned it back into a radius. We've got a radius back for our circle again.
your plane goes through the center of the sphere,
I can't hear you, Sugar Cookie. Sorry.
the intersection of the plane with the sphere is a great circle.
Goes through the center.
But he
Plane,
created
circle.
2D in the
Circle.
center of this sphere, which he cut off into two halves. We have a flat plane.
Yeah, 2D plane. He sliced it and put a 2D plane there. There's no way he could conceptually put the surface as 2D, as well as the circle that goes through the center of the sphere as 2D.
But at this surface, we have real straight lines, not geodesics.
Well, yeah, but he did say a geodesic on that plane would be a straight line. So that's a geodesic that is a straight line.
Oh.
He's doubled up, hasn't he? He's got a contradictory geodesic there the moment he put a plane in. Because the shortest distance on that plane would be the radius or the diameter from one side to the other. That would be a straight line.
But the edge of this circle, it would mean that is at the same time is the
Geodesic
curve
as well,
and
as you
straight
said.
line.
Yeah.
It would be this outer rim would be curved at the same time and straight line.
Yeah, it would be a geodesic around the circumference, like he said, great circle, and the straight line in between it would all geodesics, yeah. Yeah, it's highly contradictory to have that.
Yes.
But, hey, this is pure mathematics, Professor. It's on this. Might be
And
some
we
new
d-
stuff
we
we're
don't
about to learn.
understand that.
No, you can't. How can you understand it? You've not gone to see all of the proofs of a straight line being on a plane that he said that they did. I've never seen any of this other proofs.
Open up your mind,
So-
Bev.
Yeah.
The great circles are ones that go through the poles of your sphere. So you have a north pole up here and a south pole down there. So all those meridians that you see in my picture are great circles. There are other circles on the sphere, the horizontal ones that you see.
Oops. Like what? The horizontal ones that are parallel? No way.
Parallel circles.
Do you want to hear that again?
It goes through the center of the sphere, the intersection.
Sorry, Sugar Cookie. No. I'll go back a bit.
Here, geodesics are great circles. So what is a great circle? Imagine that you have a sphere and you slice through it using a plane. And if your plane goes through the center of the sphere, the intersection
Vertical slices, I think he's saying here, right? Vertical.
of the plane with the sphere is a great circle. So great circles are ones that go through the poles of your sphere. So you have a north pole up here and a south pole down there. So all those meridians that you see in my picture are great circles. There are other circles on the sphere, the horizontal ones that you see, but these ones are not great circles except the equator. The equator is a great circle, which is among the horizontal circles. So
among the horizontal circles. They'd be the ones that they call parallels.
And as we can see on this ball, they create perfect squares.
Yeah, well, they're all perpendicular to each other, these lines. The circles. Because one's a horizontal and the other one's a vertical. Right? They are, geometrically, at least.
So let's agree that from now on, geodesics, shortest lines on our sphere, are arcs of great circles.
There you go. Let's agree that geodesics have just swapped from straight lines to not straight lines. Just conceptualize it.
On our beautiful sphere.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just agree. Any reason? No, we want to have a diletheism. We need straight lines to be straight and not straight, and circles. Straight line circles. That's right.
If you fly anywhere, your plane...
If you fly...
will follow the great a line of an arc of a great circle. If you navigate on a ship, your ship will follow an arc of a great circle.
Does he sound like a chant, that?
It's obvious. I will not comment. These are obvious things he was talking about.
Yeah. Let's watch him when he does
circles.
this.
So let's agree that from now on, geodesics, shortest lines on our sphere, are arcs of great circles. If you fly anywhere,
let's just agree. Right? Not have a discussion about it. I don't want to hear any questions. We're just agreeing from now, and you're going to let me continue.
Plane will follow the great a line of an arc of a great circle. If you navigate on a ship, your ship will follow an arc of a great circle. So these have been with us since antiquity, since...
What have? Planes?
People started navigating. This is how you travel on the sphere.
How? What? For real? He's just took a straight line, turned it into a circle, and then told us antiquity. This is how you travel on the sphere.
Okay, but I just told you that these great circles all go through one pole here and another on the other side. So they all intersect. And you discover immediately that there are no parallel geodesics on the sphere. So that's very, very different to what we've seen in the Euclidean plane.
No parallels.
And so let's see if we can actually discover consequences of this amazing fact. Well,
amazing
consequences of this amazing fact. What amazing fact? Well, the fact that he's just turned a straight line into a circle. Right in front of your eyes.
Is everybody getting why they had to get rid of the parallel postulate now? You getting that? I mean, for anybody that hasn't put the link together, because we talked about the 12th axiom being taken away and turned into the parallel postulate. This is why, because you can't have parallel lines if the straight lines that intersect at their poles are actually curved lines. You can't have that. They would, if you had great circles, they'd have to be parallel if they were just circles. But since they're around a sphere, they can't be. And so that can't have parallel. And if you can't have parallel, then the 12th axiom is a problem.
But what about surveyors if they are, for example, measuring the Earth? So they have to take into consideration that on the equator, these squares should be larger, and on the near North Pole should be smaller then, because if they are operating on parallel and perpendicular grid, Cartesian grid, it doesn't fit the globe. I don't understand how surveyors go with that.
Well, yeah, I don't know whether anybody's aware of, because he's going to completely get past this and go past it. So it's worth pointing it out right now. He said the geodesics go through the pole and there's one at the equator, right? Now they are parts of arcs that he imagines that are going to call geodesics. Where are the other ones? That means they can only have geodesics going north and south and one that's right at the equator. All of the others, lines, can't be geodesics, can they? Like all of the other ones that he called horizontal circles. All of them, bar one, are they straight lines? Are they geodesics or are they circles? Can you have parallels with them or not? He's going to try and equate a geodesic as being a straight line anywhere. But he's just said the geodesics, and geodesics only go north-south between the poles and the one at the... What about all of the other lines?
So I would say that only well-oriented circles are geodesics.
But
well-oriented means north-south oriented.
Yeah, or the one that's right at the middle, at the midpoint.
And horizontal don't fit that definition. They are wrong. They are wrong circles. Wrong circles cannot be geodesics.
Yeah, they can't be. But could they be straight lines? Could they be straight line circles?
Maybe, but
or are they just circles?
They don't deserve to be called geodesics.
Not great. They're not great circles. They're just normal circles, or perhaps just normal straight lines. Who knows? This new geometry is getting a bit non-specific, with no definitions of anything, or definitions of things that seem to have two definitions, like straight lines being straight lines. And also circles, but only great circles, not just any circle. Very strange, this
amazing
geometry.
fact. Well, so let's look at triangles. Just a moment ago, you were falling asleep because I was trying to excite you about the fact that the sum of the internal angles in the triangle in the plane is 180 degrees. So let's draw a triangle on the sphere. Triangles make perfect sense. You can take 3 points on the sphere and you can connect them using shortest lines.
Triangles make perfect sense. Like what?
On a sphere.
Super excited.
No, triangles make perfect sense.
Now know what that means.
Exciting.
We know what geodesics are. There will be arcs of great circle. So if you take a really big triangle.
That's why they have to use the equator one. Can't do it with another triangle up here. That wouldn't work.
So that one vertex is at one of the poles and you have two vertices on the equator, for example, your triangle can have 3 right angles. Okay, this doesn't happen in the plane. We know that that's impossible, but on this,
we know that it's impossible.
Oh, but now we have new record.
Yeah, it's new straight lines. I mean, look at them. The circle straights. Orientated on a horizontal plane. Sorry, vertical. You've got these ones that are vertical circles and this one that's a horizontal circle. And that's where the two vertical circles meet a horizontal circle. It's obvious that it's a triangle. 3 circles.
Totally obvious.
Yeah. What do 3 circles make? A triangle. Yeah, of course.
And making that square peg into a round hole. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
And we can have mathematical miracle. This pure mathematics is really, really exciting.
Yeah, it's impossible. He says it's a plane, but we know that's impossible. But on a sphere, hey,
we can have a triangle with more than whose internal angles add to more than 180 degrees. So Pythagoras' theorem, for example, does not hold, because here is a right triangle. In fact, it's very right because all its angles are right. Okay, I've arranged it so that it's isosceles, which means that all its sides have the same length. Call it A. So Pythagoras' theorem in this case would say that A is supposed to equal A squared pi. A squared is supposed to be equal to A squared pi plus A squared. But that is clearly nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, because the side opposite the right angle is called the hypotenuse. And in this triangle, you have 3. Three hypotenuse. Well, it's a triangle that's made up of 3 hypotenuse circles.
That's not a triangle, is it?
No. It's made up of 3 circles. You don't make triangles from arcs. This is pure mathematics, though. I mean, I don't know. I might be stepping out of my bounds. I only go with the traditional sense of a triangle. I'm not into all of this newfangled circle straights.
Yeah, well, you better get in line.
Yeah. I'm struggling. I've heard people talking about it for a few years, and I still can't get my head around it. I can't get over that a straight line has to be both a straight line and a circle. It seems not logical for the law of identity too, as well. In fact, it's impossible.
Get on board.
So Pythagoras' theorem, ladies and gentlemen, does not hold on the surface of the sphere.
Pythagorean theorem does not hold on the surface of a sphere. Anyone have any ideas why Pythagorean theorem might not hold on the surface of a sphere?
I have an idea.
Because we don't have straight lines?
Yeah, triangles are made up of straight lines and there are none on the surface of a sphere. So you cannot apply Pythagorean theorem to the surface of a sphere. And to say that you can and then say, well, Pythagorean theorem doesn't hold.
Square peg.
He said that Pythagorean theorem doesn't hold on the surface of the sphere.
Yeah.
But if geodesics are straight lines, it should.
Yeah, it's sort of a proof that it's not a fucking sphere, isn't it? To me, anyway.
And it proved that geodesic line is not straight line.
Yeah. Yeah, well, at least when you conceptualize your geodesics around a sphere, they don't work. Not mathematically or geometrically, I'd say.
So it means that geodesics it's a straight line, but not really, not really a straight line.
Yeah, it's a circle straight.
I already told you that my triangle has 3 right angles. So the sum of...
It hasn't got 3 right angles because they're not angles. You need straight lines for angles, I'm afraid.
You cannot measure angle without straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
It's impossible.
Well, the other thing is he doesn't have a triangle.
Yeah. Yeah, because he doesn't have an angle. See, if you don't have an angle, it's a bit hard for you to have 3 of them to call a triangle.
3 tri means 3, right?
Yeah.
Because even if you have curved line, on each point of this curve you have different angle, and to measure this different angle you need really straight line to measure it, and this is impossible on the sphere because you haven't got straight lines on the sphere. Therefore you cannot measure. You have no means to or ways to measure angle on the sphere. It's impossible.
The internal angles in this particular triangle is 270 degrees. And you can see that it can be more. You can imagine that I move one of those sides to open up the angle at the top. And it can be as big as you want all the way up to 180 degrees.
What?
Imagine.
Can be as big as you want.
You just have to imagine it.
It's great. All the way up
Get
to
all the way up to
180.
180.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a 540 degree triangle. Great circle. Great circle, actually. If you open that up big enough, you can get a 540 degree great circle triangle. It's fantastic. We've looked into this. It really is phenomenal sort of mathematics.
Just chop it up in 4.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah, you can make a triangle that's a circle with an extra 180 degrees on top of the circle because it's a triangle circle. Fantastic.
So,
like
in an answer to our question, how do we know that the Earth is not flat? We are discovering...
What question? Oh, is the Earth flat? But he did say we know it is flat. He must have misspoke, surely. Here we go. Listen to this.
180 degrees. So in an answer to our question, how do we know that the Earth is not flat? We are discovering geometric facts which are very different when we try to apply them to objects that live on the surface of the sphere to when we...
Did you get that?
Wow. Yeah.
Listen.
The Earth is not flat. We are discovering geometric facts which are very different when we try to apply them to objects that live on the surface of the sphere.
When we try to apply them to objects that live on the surface of a sphere.
Right. So if there's an object on a sphere, it's 3D, right?
Yeah.
So it can't be on the surface.
No. It doesn't apply to any of the straight lines or anything that he's got. Like his conceptual straight line circles only apply to the surface, and he's talking about things, objects that live on the surface. Now, that geometry doesn't apply. The geometry of the surface don't apply to things that are on that surface.
Square peg, round hole.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He might have got mixed up with his words. I get him. If he wants to come and have a chat, he may want to correct himself in a few of the things he said. Maybe he wants to go over to blues. That'd be much better. Or one of blues or here. It doesn't really matter. We'll have a conversation with him. We're fine. I will anyway. Yeah.
Here, buddy.
Two, when we
it's gonna suck so bad, you're gonna want to poke your fucking eyeballs out.
lived in the Euclidean plane. And in fact,
You want to hear that again?
the Earth is not flat. We are discovering geometric facts which are very different when we try to apply them to objects that live on the surface of the sphere to when we lived in the Euclidean plane.
When we lived in the Euclidean plane. Is that like a past tense sort of thing he's just done there?
Because now we are living in different paradigm.
Yeah, non-Euclidean plane, right?
Yes, paradigms and truth are evolving. So now we are living in another paradigm. In another dogma. We had dogma, let's say Euclidean dogma, and now we have geodesic or whatever dogma. New dogma, new living, new way of life. That's incredible.
FE reality. I think the flat earthers are getting a bit upset in the chat. What denial of reality are we talking about here? Which reality is it? The straight line or the straight line circle reality? I'm getting a bit... Is it the Euclidean plane reality that we lived in? Or the new one that this guy's given us? It's a bit hard to tell.
And in fact, this is such a good discovery that it deserves a name. Let's call it measure of curvature.
What's the measure of curvature? What's he talking about? Let's call what the measure of curvature? Oh, I hope it's the sum of the internal angles of a triangle. Because that's how we measure curvature, right? Measuring triangles with more than 180 degrees. I hope so. It looks like it. Such a good discovery.
But I think that circle have still 360 degrees or not, or maybe more. I don't know.
No. Well, yeah, pi. He's going to use pi. So, and pi's transcendental. So they're sort of locked into 360 degrees in a circle. So triangles will have 180 degrees by definition, right?
Should be.
The angle subtended within the semicircle will be a right angle. Thus applied to Euclid, Pythagoras's formula. 180 degrees has to be. Sum of two right angles.
Let's imagine that you can draw a triangle in your world, taking three vertices and connecting them by lines that you will declare to be geodesics in the geometry that you are constructing. So these...
In the geometry that you are constructing. You're constructing the geometry now.
So this is this new geometry which Brenda couldn't define, I think.
Yeah, that you are constructing, right? And not him. You're constructing geometry all on your own now. This is mind, conceptual, imaginometry. This is your chance. Everybody can get in on it. He's helping you out. If you want to come, whatever your name, Jack, come and have a discussion with us. We do have imaginometry and we can help in the construction of these geometries.
These will be the straight lines in the Euclidean plane. There will be arcs of the great circle on the sphere.
See, I'm struggling to know and how he does this. Has a Euclidean plane and a circle in a non-Euclidean plane. And he talks about them as though it's interchangeable. They're not. One's a developable surface and the other one isn't. Well, it is a non-developable surface. Pretty
right,
simple.
so you can build triangles, compute the sum of the internal angles in a triangle, and take pi away from it.
You could see there's another wizard word. You can compute the sum of the internal angles in a triangle. You can't measure it. It's impossible to measure it because you have to have straight lines, and he hasn't got any. So that's why he uses the word compute.
Yes,
Clever.
unmeasurable.
Okay, so that's delta. The name of that difference will be delta.
Delta. So that's what we're after. We're after the delta value.
All right.
Of a triangle.
So we have the following three possibilities. If delta is positive, we are in a positively curved world. So the first surface of our sphere will be a positively curved world. And now this delta tells us that that's where we live.
What?
If delta equals exactly 0, so the sum of the internal angles in a triangle is exactly pi, is exactly 180 degrees, this is when our world is flat.
Uh-oh. Triangles with 180 degrees. Anybody else here? Anyone else know of any other triangles? Because he might be once again saying it's flat. It's like it's not flat. Triangles having 180 degrees. Everybody don't get upset. If triangles have 180 degrees, it does not mean the Earth is flat. Doesn't follow. What do we call that? Non sequitur.
Yes, but but if delta is body positive, there it is curved.
Yeah. Positively curved. It absolutely is curved. If you can measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees, despite it not being a triangle, then it would definitely have to be curved, even though it's impossible. But because the only way you could get more angles is curving the lines, and then it stops being a triangle because you can't measure the angles, and it's a mess. It's a mess.
But what does it mean negatively curved? It means concave, or what? I don't understand.
Yeah, we'll see where he gets. Yeah, it's flat. World is flat. It's exactly, then our world is flat. It's not flat.
So now we have an answer to our question. What do we mean by flat? Flat means one of the answers now to this question is that flat means that delta equals 0. You can ask if there are worlds where delta can be less than 0, which we would call negative.
If there are worlds.
Now to this question.
Many worlds.
Flat. So he's got a big smile on his face there, guys. I don't know if any of you ballers are saying. I think he's saying if triangles have 180 degrees, then it's flat.
Madness.
Yeah, he's saying that.
Means that delta equals 0. You can ask if there are worlds where delta can...
If there are... You can ask if there are worlds where delta can be
less than 0, which we would call negatively curved. And I'm so glad you asked, because that's the beginning of another wonderful story of hyperbolic space. So hyperbolic space in this...
Oh, Oh, so he is now talking about space. This is
Space,
curving
hyperbolic
space.
space. Yeah, yeah. He's talking about worlds, but now he's gone to space, right? Worlds, space,
And in space
interchangeable.
can be curved space. What else? I don't know. But it looks like he's talking about curved space.
Well, hyperbolic, I think, is
Hyperbolic is curved space.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But he wants it to be. Is it negative? Pi less than 3?
Yeah, delta less than 0.
Oh, no, yeah. The delta is the thing. Less than 180 is delta, but within this, pi still doesn't have a less than value, does it? The only way to get pi less than 3.14 is to have a shorter distance than a straight line, which is impossible. It's one of the great things about geometry. It's a great equalizer, Euclidean geometry.
Model created by Henri Poincaré.
Poincaré, here we go.
The great French mathematician who lived between the 19th and the 20th century. This is a world whose model is this disk that you see.
This is a world whose model is this disk that you see. That sound familiar? A world disk model.
And the lines in that world are exactly the lines that you see here. So they allowed straight lines through the center of this disk, together with arcs of circles that meet the boundary circle at right angles. And these are the geodesics in my geometry. These are the lines I'm allowing. So here
I am allowing.
Yeah, the meet at right angles. Again, all of the time, curved lines that meet at right angles. He thinks these lines here meet at right angles to a circle. He said that's what he said. I'll put it back again.
this is a world whose model is this disk that you see, and the lines in that world are exactly the lines that you see here. So they allowed straight lines through the center of this disk, together with arcs of circles that meet the boundary circle at right angles. And
they meet the boundary circle at right angles. Where?
A right angle at a point.
A right angle at a curve. Yeah, it's a straight line to a curve at a right angle. I mean, of course. Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, I really want to see the definitions of this geometry of perpendicular. Because that's not what anybody understands as a perpendicular, a right angle. No, nowhere near. It's a bit shameful, really.
Well, what's the right angle in the middle?
Well, that's a right angle, like a real right angle.
How do you call?
Well, these ones over here are right angles as well. I mean, yeah,
of course.
Dilithium mathematics that we're doing here now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he wants to equate this to the sphere as well. It's like this is the opposite, the other side.
This is hyperbolic.
It's mad.
these are the geodesics in my geometry. These are the
In
lines
your
I'm allowing.
geometry, he's
So
allowing
here's
them.
an example.
They're the ones he's allowing.
So he's having hyperbolic geodesics? I don't know what he's saying.
He's allowed to, yeah. They're the ones he's allowing, the hyperbolic geodesics.
Oh my god!
This is his geometry, and he and in this geometry he allows to something to be and other things to not be because of his free will. I think that he is mad at this point. I can find him as madman.
Blue's sticking up with him. Blue says, no, that's what everybody understands as a perpendicular. No, we don't, Blue. 2 straight lines for a perpendicular. There's no curves involved. You muppet. When you say everyone, you don't mean everyone. You mean the little small group of people that I hang around with George and Rumpus and all of these people that are out of their minds, that think you can have a curved line.
Wait. Blue's saying that perpendicular is hyperbolic?
Blue's saying that that's what everybody understands as a perpendicular.
A hyperbolic?
Where those lines meet.
Wow.
He said there's plenty of...
He also thinks we're cowards to go on his channel, believe it or not.
What, he wants us to go over on his channel that he's banned us from while we're doing a live stream over here?
Yeah.
Is he crazy?
And he says not all of us are banned.
We are. I'm banned. And I'm doing a live show, Blue. Why the hell would I want to go over to your show? And if you mean SE, I mean, why would SE want to come over? We're going over a university professor doing a flat Earth video. Like, he's asking the question, is the Earth flat? Blue.
Not only that, Bev, I was talking with him yesterday. So surely he's not referring me.
I don't think Blue's lost his minds, really. I think he's gone.
Uh-huh.
Him and George and Rumpus. I mean, Rumpus would drive you crazy anyway, but listening to George and Rumpus and all of the trolls you've got over there, Blue, it must be hard.
I would call that ramblings of the old men going insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, really scared of you, Blue.
Yeah, old news now, Blue. We've got university professors that sound like PhD Tony.
Example of a triangle, okay, it has one vertex here, one vertex in the center, and one on the boundary. But look what happens. Because all these circles touching the boundary, they all meet the boundary at right angles.
He said it again. He said it again. They meet the boundary of a circle at right angles. No, they don't. They do not meet at right angles. I'm sorry.
Angle at which they meet is exactly 0.
You want to hear that again?
What?
What does it mean, what he said? I don't understand.
Here we go. We'll try it. I'll go over it again.
Geodesics in my geometry. These are the lines I'm allowing. So here's an example of a triangle. Okay, it has one vertex here, one vertex in the center, and one on the boundary. But look what happens. Because all these circles touching the boundary, they all meet the boundary at right angles. The angle at which they meet is exactly 0.
So he is talking about these 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. They are meeting in 0 degree. Oh,
But he says these are the lines that I'm allowing.
Yeah.
So isn't that like let it be granted?
Yeah, they all do this. He's equating now hyperbolic and to spherical. Right, he's going to play a little mind trick again. He's allowing hyperbolic geometry, but he's going to try and conflate it with spherical geometry. They're not the same.
They're kind of the opposite.
Mm-hmm. Well, the other side of Euclid, right? It's sort of like a hump and drop situation, isn't it? Hump, drop, horizontal. You've got Euclid, spherical, and Hyperbolic. Very strange. Very
Alright?
strange.
So this angle, the angle of my triangle at this vertex is 0. So no matter
The angle of his triangle at the vertex there is 0. One of his 3 angles is nothing. Think about that for a minute.
In
what these
normal,
angles,
Go on.
in normal geometry, it would be that these lines would overlap if angle is 0.
How do you
Right?
have an angle of 0?
You
Do
can't
you have
have
an angle of
you
0?
can't have
Yes,
2 angles and
that's
then
why
an angle of 0.
Angle of 0 is
sides of this,
straight.
two sides
No.
of the triangle would overlap in one line. The 0 angle that creates one line.
Oh, come on. It's so far removed because the other angle, you've got two straight lines. 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space.
But in hyperbolic space, it can.
Wow.
are the sum together with the 0 angle will be less than 180 degrees.
2 angles and a 0 angle to make a triangle. It's crazy.
It gets better.
It gets better.
You can have a triangle with 3 vertices on my boundary vertex. So here you have a triangle.
He's talking about the orange one.
He's showing a Euclidean shape.
Circle. Yeah, it's a circle. And these bounds here, yeah. Yeah, it's hyperbolic, John. Hyperbolic space. Come on. Get it. Where's Blue gone? The guys have gone. I hope you're defending this. I mean, look at this new triangle we've made here. At 0, 0, 0. 3 0 angle triangle. It's great.
Whose internal angles are all 0. Okay?
What? He did. He said that. He said it again. Do you want to hear it again? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pure mathematics. Pure
So you can have,
mathematics.
So you can have a triangle with 3 0 angles.
Yep. Yeah, 0 angle triangle.
Right
0
angles,
angle triangle.
The angle at which they meet is exactly 0. All right. So this angle, the angle of my triangle at this vertex is 0.
0.
So no matter what these angles are, the sum together with the 0 angle will be less than 180 degrees. It gets better.
It gets
You
better.
can have a triangle with 3 vertices on my boundary vertex. So here you have a triangle whose internal angles are all 0. Okay, so the sum of these internal angles will be 0.
What?
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Yeah. It's great, isn't it?
Everything from nothing.
Yep. A triangle is 0 angle triangle.
0 angle triangle.
Yep.
He is a creator because he is using words my angle.
Yeah, he's allowing these lines.
Yes, he's allowing. He's creator. He's God. God. Living God. Mathematician.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What? It's only conceptual.
He's allowing it though. He's a pure mathematician. He's a university stuff.
So it's just another don't look behind this door.
Yeah.
I have a triangle with 3 angles of 0.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Can you show it him? No.
Did he tell this to his doctor?
But you remember? Can you remember when we said with the guys and they have, they want to have angles to curves? Well, this is what happens. You end up with 0 angles because there is no angle. Not for me though. I don't have this. I'm a traditionalist. I have straight line triangles with 180 degrees, every one of them. Exactly 180. There's no other geometric way of it occurring. 3 points, 3 straight lines, triangles, 180 degrees. Provable within mathematics. Applied mathematics too. Useful stuff.
So now you see that there are possibilities of having various geometries, and we can distinguish how curved they are, whether they're positively curved, flat, or negatively curved, using our newly discovered measure.
Our newly discovered measure. Right? So this newly discovered measure means you can get a triangle and you can get more than 180, or even you could measure a triangle with 3 zeros.
You have to have a very short ruler. Measures your angles.
Well, that's how you can tell, right? You're checking round. I mean, look at that triangle there. It's got 3 0 angles, so that must mean we live in hyperbolic space, right? Because I can't measure a triangle.
You need hyperbolic
Yeah,
rulers.
that's a proof. It's a proof of hyperbolic space. Not being able to measure an angle to a triangle. 3 of them, put 3 of them together. Zeros. I mean, anyone can do that, can't they? Look, it is a non-angle. There's not an angle over there. And there's not one over there. So put all 3 of them together, you've got no triangle. Proof of hyperbolic geometry. Makes sense. But I do like the idea. I mean, Blue can take it on. Who else have we got in the chat there? All you've got to do to prove that you're not living in Euclidean space is measure a triangle with either less or more than 180 degrees. As long as it doesn't have 180, you're fine. You'll be able to prove one way or the other. I'm liking it.
Blue is losing his stuff over on his server.
I've only ever measured a triangle with 180 degrees.
Yep.
So the only thing I'd ever be able to say is Euclidean 3 space. But I mean, that's what we've always said.
But Beth, you didn't evolve.
Oh, well, I haven't ever measured because we've got a new measure of curvature from this fella. Using our newly discovered measure. All you've got to do is measure a triangle with more or less than 180 degrees. Can't calculate it.
Geodesic straight line.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't calculate it to prove it, can you? You've actually got to measure it. Should be good.
There is more that we can say. So let's just take a brief detour and talk about Archimedes, who was one of the greatest mathematicians of antiquity and probably one of the greatest mathematicians ever.
Oh, high regard for Archimedes.
One of his many discoveries, he was interested in measuring the circle. And what he meant by that is that he said with confidence that for every circle, whatever, the ratio of the circumference to the diameter is constant.
Do you reckon Archimedes? Which which one do you reckon Archimedes would have had as a straight line? The diameter or the circumference?
Diameter.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think they'd have had geodesics. He might not have agreed with this fella about what a geodesic is and how he might be able to imply the surface of a sphere to the circumference of a circle and make it into a straight line. I like this because it's got
Archimedes didn't understand.
Yeah. He was one of
He
the
was-
greatest mathematicians to ever have lived.
But he still was too stupid.
Yeah, he didn't get geodesics. It was before his time.
And as a number, he called pi, or we call pi, and he provided a first estimate for how big that number is. It's 3.141, and that was an amazing discovery. It took more than 2,000 years to actually make it better than what Archimedes did back then.
2,000 years.
So now we have better pi.
Better pi, yeah. Yeah, it's good.
Okay, so
Okay.
how about spherical geometry then?
Oh.
So let's draw some circles.
Does pi change in spherical geometry? That's one of the questions I've been asking.
Let's hear.
Yeah.
On the sphere, which are not great circles. So if we take a small circle, for instance, surrounding the pole, then this little piece of our planet will be essentially flat. That's like a piece of my garden I showed you. That's essentially flat. So
What? Did he really say that? It's essentially flat. Yeah, it's on the surface of a sphere. He does, right? Not flat.
Yep.
Does he mean essentially flat being not flat?
I think so.
Yeah. Contradiction, right? Pure mathematician.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So here, when we take the circumference of the diameter, this ratio is more or less pi.
More or less. More or less pi. It's a pure mathematician. University standard.
How more and how less?
Just more or less. More or less. Does he mean around about? Or does he mean more or less? It gets hard to tell, doesn't it? It's almost as if it's obfuscation. I would like to clarify. If you want to come, if you ever hear this, Jack, come and have a chat.
But take some big circle, like take our circle to be the equator. What is the diameter? The diameter has to be an arc of a great circle. So for example, this will be a line that goes through the North Pole. But on the sphere, this is like half the circle and the equator is the full circle. So this circumference divided by the diameter is 2. That's very far from pi.
But wait, didn't he draw the line in the middle of the ball, and this is a real straight line diameter?
Yeah.
Did I miss something?
Yeah. Pi. He's saying pi's different on his ball that he's imagining. Pi's 2. Have you ever heard of pi being anything other than 3.141?
But it doesn't make any sense, because it means that this line crossing the middle of this ball, so real straight line diameter. This is diameter, and this circle, which this diameter is the base of it, so is also diameter. Yes, I'm getting this right. So we have 2 diameters, one straight line and one curved line.
Yeah.
Different.
Yeah,
Two
he's got two different pi there, right? Ranging from, that's what he should have said, really. Ranging from the traditional old school pi to 2. Good on you. Again, though, right? All you have to do is find a circle with a not pi, and you've done it. You've proved your ball. Just got to find a circle with a different ratio of pi. And triangles with more than 180 degrees. It's pretty simple. Bish bash bosh, you've got your globe proved. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, is he saying that old school pi is a proof of flat? I hope not. Again, it's like sort of like his triangle argument, isn't it? Triangle on a 2D plane, like a normal triangle, is the same as a circle.
So you see,
I'm struggling.
on the sphere, Archimedes' discovery would not hold. The the ratio of the circumference to the diameter is no longer constant. It depends on how big a circle actually is.
Oh, that's a problem, isn't it? Archimedes wouldn't hold. Pi wouldn't hold. The value of pi wouldn't hold if it was a sphere. Wait a minute, what's he saying? Let's go back.
But still, he don't bring new what replaces Archimedes and Euclid. What replaces? He didn't show anything.
This is a disproof, isn't it? Isn't that what he's doing? Isn't that halfway through? Didn't he slap himself on the head and go, "What am I doing?" Because he's saying he would need to have a different value of pi for his sphere, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. I think
The sphere, this is like half the circle, and the equator is the full circle. So this circumference divided by the diameter is 2. That's very far from pi. So you see, on the sphere, Archimedes' discovery would not hold. The the ratio of the circumference to the diameter is no longer constant. It depends on how big a circle actually is. And I will leave it to you to study how that works in hyperbolic geometry. But
what? I can't believe he says that.
Well, he'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, he said the value of pi won't hold on a sphere. He even put his hand to his head and he starts scratching his head like properly.
Pi is 2?
Like little Stan Little and large. He does the head, Rob. Where is it? Here we go. There. Watch.
On the sphere, Archimedes' discovery would not hold. The the ratio of the circumference to the diameter is no longer constant. It depends on how big a circle actually is. And I will leave it to you to study how that works in hyperbolic geometry.
So
Was
he is
Archimedes
living.
Was Archimedes a proponent of hyperbolic?
They didn't even know about hyperbolic. I mean, come on. Archimedes
Exactly.
didn't even do spherical.
He's leaving this problem to us. It's not my problem.
Well, yeah, he said, like, it doesn't work on a sphere. Shit. That wouldn't make it constant. Depends on how big the sphere is. Well, no, because it doesn't work like that on a circle, does it? It's like every circle. And I'm pretty sure pi is the same when you're talking about a sphere, isn't it? The value of pi doesn't change on a sphere at all. So what's he saying? He's saying it's impossible to prove his model that he's talking about. And then he's equating it to leave it up to you for hyperbolic, which isn't spherical geometry either.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob. This is crazy that he imagines that he can get away with this, I think.
Can I just say a quick thing?
Go on.
Aren't hyperbolic and spherical geometry two-dimensional geometries?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a good point. There's only Euclidean geometry that makes it into 3D. And then you're talking about circles, which actually have a transcendental value of pi, which is a constant in reality. This guy's just equated it to flat Earth somehow. And he's just proved you can't have what he imagines, I don't think.
But
Can't find a proof for
let's
it.
speed up our discussion of the story of geometry.
Oh.
So two great mathematicians, Carl Friedrich Gauss and Bernhard Riemann, Gauss, who lived at the end of the 18th century, at the beginning of the 19th century, and Riemann, who lived in the 19th century. They took these ideas together with others like Bolyai and Lobachevsky and Sofia Kovalevskaya and others to create a geometry of curved spaces, something that
They created a geometry of curved spaces.
Before Einstein.
Yeah. Yeah, just before. Sort of the forerunner, I would have said. This stuff was needed to be done to allow Einstein.
That we now know
and orbits, actually, is what this is for.
As Riemannian geometry. It's the geometry of spaces which are not flat. And this...
Wait, spaces which are not flat?
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't. Because there's loads of spaces that are not flat. But I think what he means is where straight lines are the shortest distance. The traditional sense of a straight line not being the shortest distance between 2 points on a surface.
Geodesics then.
Yeah, but the straight line geodesics, but not the straight lines of Euclidean space geodesics. The straight lines that everybody else would understand as being straight, that's not what these guys are talking about. Something else. Nobody's ever shown us any of it because they created a geometry. We haven't seen the definitions or anything of this geometry yet.
Line of inquiry continued to this day, and one of the great contributors to the really modern version of that was Mariam Mirzakhani, the Iranian mathematician who sadly died very young, at the age of 40, and she made astounding discoveries, astounding contributions to this area, and that gained her the Fields Medal, the highest honor in mathematics, in 2014. The beginnings of that modern story were humble and took root in many practical problems. For example, now that we know how to measure things on the surface of the planet, you might know how big is your country. If you are a Duke or...
We do know how to measure things in reality. He doesn't think that we needed any of these geometries in order to do that, does he? Or is he trying to say that they needed these people to have 3 zero-angle triangles in order to be able to measure things in reality?
For a king or an emperor, you might want to know just how much land you rule over. To answer this question, people like Gauss and surveyors before him developed something that is now called triangulation. Triangulation means divide the land you're interested in into triangles. Why?
Triangles. I'm liking it.
Flat triangles.
Oh no. Maybe he means the zero angle triangles.
Well, it's Gauss, isn't it?
But it would mean that the king has 0 land. I think that that king would kill that surveyor.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to come back with that one, is he? It's like, no. Calculate in spherical geometry. Get me more.
Yeah.
That might be why they did it. A biographical study. Triangulation. Triangles. I mean, they do look like straight lines to me.
Why? Because if you want to compute the area of anything, you need to start with shapes whose area you can calculate. And this was known to ancient Greeks. And people like Gauss and others have developed this very practical way of approximating the shape you want to understand by simple shapes, in this case, triangles. And Gauss, the great
Triangles. Right? Now, traditional triangles? Who knows?
Gauss
might let us in.
was involved in many aspects of this study. He actually traveled on foot, on horseback, measuring these large triangles. And in fact, if you walk anywhere, it's easy to come across triangulation markers. They still exist to this day. And
Yeah, they do. Benchmarks all over the place. Everyone should have seen them. They're everywhere.
you can look them up. And at this, we pass from the study of distances, study of triangles, to the study of shape. This is
right. So he's just brushing past that. Triangles, right? Triangulation.
Yes,
benchmarks.
It has nothing to do with this hyperbolic or spherical.
No.
I don't understand what is the link between this Gauss and Riemann and this spherical. Did they brought some new definitions for this curved space or what?
I don't know. I think he's just done a wizard trick, hasn't he? Because he said Gauss was the one that you can tell which shape the surface is by measuring the angles on a triangle. Now, as far as I'm aware, triangles have 180 degrees, but that's not going to help this fella. Because the question is the Earth flat? Now, is the Earth flat if triangles have 180 degrees? Would be a very genuine question. Is that a way of deciding whether the Earth's flat or not? Because I'd say that's a really bad idea for you to say that. Because the Earth isn't flat, but triangles do have 180 degrees. The Earth isn't flat, but triangles do have 3 straight sides. Seems to have backed himself into this corner, I think.
There's something called topology, and it deals with understanding complex shapes that may not be so easily describable through something simpler. So for topology, if you take this polyhedron on the left and inflate it, you get the ball that you see on the right. At the beginning, at the foundations of this are Gauss's discoveries that complex shapes can be built out of simple ones. And topology takes this very, very seriously. And let me now demonstrate what this means and how that relates to modern world and modern data analysis. And for that, we need...
Right, this is where we go off a bit now, right? So he's just explained about disco ball Earth and inflating disco ball Earth to get a ball. I.e. using a shape with faces on it and then inflating them so they're not faces anymore. They've got curvature to it. I don't know what the idea of that was, but he's just going to leave it hanging and go to this.
This little polygons, or whatever it is called, they are the sections of it is flat. But if we conflate it, we turned this flat area into a sphere.
Yeah, he put a bit of a curvature to a face, right?
Yes, adding curvature to flat piece of surface.
Yeah, for no reason, and he's just leaving it hanging. There's nothing there.
Changing shape of this object.
Yeah,
idiotic.
Oh, Professor Phil in the live chat says, I'm gonna have to get it. Let me just Professor Phil. Oh. There you go. Copy. I'll put that in the chat for later. No, won't be able to put it in that chat, will I? I'll put it in a different chat. Hopefully it will get moved on. Come back to that later. Professor Phil says, you will be happy to learn that geodetic surveyors have done exactly that. They have measured, in capitals, like he's shouting, the internal angles between three places on Earth, big E, capital E, and found them to be greater than 180 degrees. That's Professor Phil stating that other people, not him, have measured triangles with more than 180 degrees. That's Professor Phil. I doubt you're a professor either, Phil. Oh, sorry, not professor. Prof. Phil Bell. Maybe you've given him a title that he doesn't deserve. There you go. So, I mean, he's just gone from the triangles that Phil's just backed up this guy. I don't think this guy ever said that anybody's actually measured it in reality, Phil. So you be the one. Just name any one of the surveyors and show us a video of them doing it, please.
Maybe Jesse Kozłowski?
No, he's never measured a triangle with more than 180 degrees. Don't be silly. He wouldn't dare say that. He just waits for other stupid idiots like Professor Phil to say it for him. I'll say it now. It's impossible to measure a triangle with more than 180 degrees. Impossible. But look where this guy's going to go with it, right? So we've gone with the shapes of these balls.
This very, very seriously. And let me now demonstrate what this means and how that relates to modern world and modern data analysis. And for that, we need to talk about lemurs. So lemurs, as I'm sure you know, are
He's going to demonstrate Gauss and triangles having more than 180 degrees with lemurs.
primates.
Brilliant,
They live
Brilliant
on
idea, Greg.
Madagascar. That's the only place they survived. And there are a great many of them. The variety of that subfamily of primates is quite remarkable. And you might want to know just how they related to one another. So here is an evolutionary tree of a family of lemurs. And you might
be asking, what the fuck has this got to do with anything?
Evolution.
Be like me. Yeah, I know, but we're talking about is it the evolution of the triangle?
No, lemurs.
Yeah. Is this the flat Earth then? Is the Earth flat? Something to do with lemurs and Madagascar?
Must have. Has to have to something to do.
Okay.
Obviously.
We might get there.
to know how they're related. And for that, you might want to take something that they all share, for instance, a particular tooth.
A tooth?
And
lemur tooth proof.
And ask, are they similar or are they different? Would I know that this genus of lemurs is related to this one, or maybe this one, or maybe how do I know that these particular lemurs are closer to this, but not to that? So what you see here are teeth, they're molars, they're on the side of the jaw, with markers put in there by experts to denote points which play the same role on those particular shapes. And then you ask, can I use the geometry that I've learned by looking at what Archimedes has done to actually make sense of that? And the answer
Archimedes' geometry on lemur teeth.
This is convoluted, and we don't understand that.
Is the Earth flat? Well, look at some lemur teeth and do a bit of geometry on them, of course.
The answer is yes. You can use what we have done to understand curved spaces to create, if you like, coordinate systems on these strange looking shapes, right? There is quite a lot of beautiful discoveries, including taking CT scans of those shapes, rendering them like you would in a cartoon movie, and then creating this piece of mathematics that will give you shapes of, that will divide your complex shape into pieces whose area you will know. And then comparing those, you see, using similar ideas to what we've discussed in the first part of this talk, you can actually develop measures of similarity and dissimilarity between these shapes. So you can then create a notion of distance, if you like. Is this particular shape similar to the one I show next to it, or maybe it's more similar to another one? And here is a particular practical problem.
Right. Is it getting any clearer yet?
But he didn't show any coordinate system here for this new space. But he said he did, and he said that we can use Archimedes geometry, and he didn't use the Archimedes, whatever it is, geometry.
No,
this is complete gibberish. I don't know. Bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, it's answering the question, is the Earth flat? Isn't it? I mean, it's a bit convoluted to go round here to lemur teeth, but I mean, it's giving the lemur dentists something to do, right?
Yeah.
Data.
They can study the teeth and the different shapes of the different teeth.
Analysis. So let's imagine that we've collected enough of these objects from 5 different species of lemurs. okay, the rows here show 5 different species, and the teeth are from the same part of the jaw. Can we actually use these ideas of curved spaces to compare them? And the answer is yes. This is one of the projects that we did here in Southampton. And those 5 species of lemurs can be split into 3 groups. And those 3 groups have those beautiful names. They're called folivorous, frugivorous, and insectivorous. And this means the first group eats leaves, the other eats fruits, and the third eats insects.
So the lemurs that eat different things have different shaped teeth.
I think that he got big grants for that.
Yeah, oh yeah, they've definitely done a lot of work on that, haven't they?
Of course.
Yeah, lemur
It's
teeth.
very convoluted work.
Yeah, but he's ended up being able to put it in his piece about the Earth being flat. Oh, asking the question, is the Earth flat? Lemur teeth. I mean, this is one of the uses of this study. Obviously.
So
we'll come back to it, don't worry.
Those geometric ideas, when applied to the shapes of teeth, will detect that the shape of your tooth depends on what you like to eat. Okay, so this was done without any knowledge of the anatomy of these wonderful animals. But let me tell you.
Anyone get that? We all right with that now? We've got the lemur tooth proof.
Yes, it's pretty convincing proof, I think.
Yeah, that they eat different things. The lemur. I don't know what it's got to do with the Earth or anything, but I mean, I suppose you could throw it in there. We might have to start doing that when we're doing
some in the last few minutes of this talk. Let me just introduce other fantastic, remarkable ideas, the topology, which developed along these ideas.
Other fantastic, remarkable ideas.
Yes, science fiction.
Yeah. Wow.
Is all the way from Archimedes to the modern time. So let me give you some medical applications now. So in the 1970s, in 1977, 2 Stanford scientists, Raven and Miller, decided that they want to investigate the precise relationship between diabetes type 1 and diabetes type 2. They collected data, which they analyzed using cutting-edge methods at the time. And in the abstract of the report, they say that when they rendered, then when they've done analysis that allowed them to render the data in 3 dimensions, they say that when this was done, the picture of their data set was that of a boomerang with 2 wings and a fat middle. You don't expect to see words like this in the report of a cutting-edge project from a world-leading university. And what they meant by this, and this is an artist's impression of what they meant. So this is a boomerang, these 2 floppy ears is the boomerang they're referring to, and this is the fat middle. But here's the amazing thing.
Anyone been able to guess what the amazing thing is about the link of the boomerang with the fat middle and diabetes?
But what does it mean? It means that this mathematical calculations, they created image of this mathematical calculation, and it gave them this picture of this boomerang. I don't understand fully.
We can't describe this shape beyond what they said in the abstract, but the fat middle consists of controls. The controls are participants in any medical study that do not have the disease that you want to understand. They do not have that. So if you remove the middle, these are the healthy people without diabetes. one of those floppy ears is diabetes type 1 and the other is diabetes type 2. So amazingly, they were able to show immediately that type 1, diabetes type 1, is disjoint from diabetes type 2. And that was a tremendous discovery. And that was one of the first examples of a topological thinking that led to new methods. This is a modern rendering of the same data set where you still have one ear, the other ear, and the fat middle consisting of controls. And a tremendous extension of these studies, topological methods applied to this.
Is anyone got a clue? Is everybody falling asleep? Viewers are dropping.
I don't.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's like it's got nothing, right?
I don't understand anything what he said.
It's got nothing relatable, right? It may have be very good information, and but he definitely does seem to have veered away from the topic and the subject in which he started. I mean, there may be some geometric link with his data sets and the way he interprets them for something, but I mean, he's gone from lemur teeth to diabetes.
I think that he wants to prove that this pure mathematics and this new whatever, this hyperbolic space is very useful in medicine, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I think it's all related around the topological thing, where somebody said the topology of the land, and this is just a little bit of obfuscation about how they measure elevation changes.
Topology of something else.
Yeah.
He's not talking about land.
Yeah. Or the elevation changes of the land and how it's measured or anything. It's just veered straight off it. The only link is this one word, topological.
Because this creates a image, allegedly image of boomerang. So he is talking about topology of boomerang.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. That it didn't look like a boomerang. Yeah, gods. I'm sorry. We have. This is near the end of his presentation, and it is something to do with is the Earth flat from a university professor in University of Southampton. Is the Earth flat from geometry to modern world? But he's veered off into diabetes and lemur teeth somehow for some strange reason. I don't know why he's doing it.
Give you a further finer classification of diabetes of type 2. There are 3 distinct subtypes with their own medical applications of topology to data analysis, which is now known as topological data analysis. This very unassuming picture shows a topological representation of patients. This is the end of my talk. I tried to demonstrate that there is this uninterrupted flow of ideas through the history of mathematics that goes as far back as we can trace it. That mathematics provides the structure and methods to make sense of the complexities of our world. And mathematical...
Did you hear that?
Makes sense.
Yeah,
yes, that makes sense. Great sense.
Ideas through the history of mathematics that goes as far back as we can trace it. That mathematics provides the structure and methods to make sense of the complexities of our world.
Provides a method to find a construction, but I don't know lemur teeth and diabetes and cancer stuff. I'm not too sure.
We just can't. We can't possibly understand the
this
depth of the mind
Yeah.
of this greatness here. Yeah, that's why. Clearly,
the complexities of our world, to make sense of the complexities of our world. But he's not helped. I don't think.
And mathematical discoveries, mathematical truths never go out of fashion. They never grow old. They never cease to be relevant.
Okay, so the mathematical proof that triangles only have 180 degrees should stand, right? They never go out of relevance. They never cease to be relevant.
Okay, and that kind of certainty is quite positive in our fast-changing world. And with this, I will stop. If you have any questions, I would invite you to post them either through the chat or any other means.
I'm so
thank you.
annoyed I didn't actually get to catch this live, because yeah, I'd love to ask him a few questions. Jack, please let us know where we can talk to you. Somebody's going to ask him some questions. I don't know how many of these questions he's going to get asked. I may be waiting for a bit.
Is facing the new connections between mathematics and other sciences. The discoveries I told you were inaccessible. The medical discoveries I showed you were inaccessible a short while ago. And now we have some, we have topology, which is regarded as a purist of the pure mathematics, very, very theoretical, contributing directly to that. So there is no doubt in my mind that we will see further breakthroughs in mathematics. Yeah, that's a very good point. I don't think mathematics will survive all of us, I think.
I think, he said. Big breaks in between asking questions. Come on.
So Bethany asks, are there any other ways that geometry can evolve the way we live? It definitely provides insights into the shape and structure of our world. That's definitely true. I'm hoping that through the discoveries to which mathematics is contributing into the data-intensive science, that we will learn about us, about the planet, about the complex problems of the day. I'm sure that, in fact, I'm involved in projects that attempt to make sense of climate data, that attempts to make sense of how we communicate and so on. So most definitely, yes, there are results that can be translated back into the areas where they came from. And
there are results that can be translated back into the areas where they came from. Good.
And at the beginning of the statement, or the answer, he said that the mathematics is evolving. so yes, axioms evolving, truth evolving, everything.
Yes. So the answer is yes. I'm quite sure that not just geometry, but general mathematical thinking can most definitely influence how we live and how we communicate. Yeah, and thank you for your question, Tobias and Bethany. Yes, it's quite remarkable. It's very, very recent that mathematics is applicable to really difficult problems in medicine, biology, and so on. I think a lot of this is thanks to the tremendous progress that has been made in these sciences. So that's quite remarkable. We now know that the mechanisms controlling living organisms and the way they interact are so complex that you need a new kind of mathematics, to deal with that. in that context, I encourage you to look up the beautiful videos on YouTube that explain, for instance, how the anti-COVID vaccines work. It's just amazing how much we know. So we have another question from Bethany. Do you think that artificial intelligence will have any competition against traditional mathematical techniques? Now that's a very astute, very deep question. I mean, can a mathematical discovery be automated? This was there was one of the questions that people pondered for over 100 years. It goes all the way back to Hilbert, and Alan Turing made tremendous contributions to that. The great Alan Turing, one of the greatest mathematicians and computer scientists in this country, he demonstrated that there are numbers that cannot be accessed by computer. So the answer is twofold. On the one hand,
Alan Turing demonstrated it. Is that pi? Transcendental? I thought that was Kant. That he was before Turing. Or is there different numbers that Turing said? I don't know. It's hard to know with the history of mathematics, isn't it? What's exactly going on? I'm pretty sure Kant called it pi transcendental.
mathematics needs humans. You cannot hope to discover all of mathematics using just pure computing power. On the other hand, does artificial intelligence have place in this? And the answer is most definitely yes. We are now faced with problems so complex that are described with data so manifold that to make sense of that data, we need seriously powerful computational techniques, and artificial intelligence is one of those technologies. So the answer is here, yes. However, humans need to understand. So if a computer knows the answer to a question, but you have no idea what that answer is, like it's 42, then it has, as has been beautifully demonstrated by Douglas Adams all the way back in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
No way. No way.
Magic.
They don't know the question, but they know the answer. OMG. I'm going to have to copy that by now.
But he said humans should know. So he, God, is telling to humans what they should do.
Yeah, with the question. You need to understand the question before you can get the answer. But sometimes we have the answer.
I like that.
Then it has been beautifully demonstrated by Douglas Adams all the way back in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Humans will not be satisfied with
this
that.
is so hysterical.
Go on.
This is so hysterical. Has anyone read Douglas Adams? Because he's one of my favorite authors. I love his books.
It's comedy.
This guy, it's total comedy.
Yeah.
This guy is referencing Douglas Adams in his serious discussion on mathematics and whether the Earth is flat or not.
Yeah.
This is freaking comedy gold. Wow, Jacko. I'm thinking it's a good thing you have tenure if you have tenure.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, leave my teeth.
Douglas Adams. Wow. So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Yeah.
Have our own human understanding. So artificial intelligence will be great, or is great for creating new insights. But we will need mathematics to actually make sense of that. We will need something that humans can understand. Otherwise, the machines will just take over and we will be obsolete.
Wow.
Beware of computers.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to have human maths, not computer maths.
Yeah. Great.
Understanding in which dimension does
Thank
that
you all.
understanding happen?
Yes, thank you. Do you have any further questions? I'm really happy to stay here and talk. There is plenty of time. I do recognize that this is a fairly rigid format, typing questions and so on. So let's just
looks
wait
like
a
a
few more
lecture.
minutes to see if there are any more questions.
Like, what was his conclusion? I think he started off with, we know it's not flat. And then something about triangles and...
So Sylvie asks, will quantum supercomputers affect the speed and depth of mathematical discoveries? So yes, the answer is yes. So quantum computers will create new methods that will allow us to blitz through calculations at tremendous speeds compared to what we have here. On the other hand, there are problems, there are theorems in computer science, there are theorems in mathematics that measure the complexity of problems, and some of them will simply grow faster than our computing power. So there is always a tug of war that, yes, we can compute more quickly, so we can compute more examples, but unless our computer is the size of the universe, at some point it may run out of puff, even if it's so powerful as a quantum supercomputer. So on the one hand, yes, we will be able, for instance, if you want to predict climate in real time, so you essentially want to be able to know what the air on Earth is doing at any given moment, that means you need to track something at the order of 10 to the power 23 of air molecules if you want to know what they're doing, if you want to understand air and wind at molecular level. So there's a tremendous amount of computation power that's required if you want to do this. So
Thank you for stopping that.
I see what he's talking about. It's
part
getting
of
a bit
humanity that will always respond very well to this kind of thinking. I think the best way that we can excite people about mathematics and to keep showing how relevant it is, that simply by sitting down and thinking a little, we can access and solve really complex problems. And that's unusual. You see, so I think just showing people what amazing stuff mathematics can do, how varied it is, how beautiful it is, I think is the way to do it. And
I think we should teach people about a paradox. I think that's a good way to get into the geometry, is anyway. Deal with paradoxes and let everyone know what a paradox is and how you can get around a paradox with a model.
Wonderful mathematical investigations accessible at essentially all levels of mathematical education, starting in very early years at school. And those are really significant, interesting, non-trivial studies that can be shown to students.
There you go.
So that's
all ages.
The only way I know how to do it is just to tell people something which is beautiful, something that's relevant, and something exciting, which I hope my talk has managed to do it in at least some tiny part.
Anyone? You think?
So he is telling that he wants to tell something beautiful and etc., but not necessarily proven. And he's scientist.
Basically, complete and utter deception.
He's
You
a
reckon?
sophist. I reckon he's a sophist.
Nah, I reckon there's a little bit of paralogism in there too.
The whole lecture is about I think. It's about I think. I just think. I think. Fucking hell.
He's the professor, though, right? That's
Yeah.
that's what his job is, to teach. But he's got himself wrapped up in a paralogism, and it's hard to get out of it when you're in there. I can't see any way you can get out of it myself. But I'd like to have a chat, Jack, if you're listening. Ever. I would like to have a chat. And there's only 4 or 5 minutes left.
To be presented to the wider humanity in a way that's accessible and in a way that humans are willing to accept. The current pandemic crisis illustrates even more vividly of the slide. And if you could do this, we would really, really appreciate this, because we are passionate about this festival and we would like to make it as better, as good as it can be.
We missed the festival. Okay, I think we'll end it at that. Thank you very much. We will I will put that in the thing for the video. Well, what's everybody think of that then?
I don't think, but I know that he started, sorry to say, with a lie, because overt lie, because the line is defined in Euclid. So this I cannot say other thing that this is a lie. He started with a lie. That line is not defined. It is defined, and he should know that is defined.
The big ball. It doesn't read some of the description, right? Can you read that out, Ben?
Which one?
Yeah, the description below.
Sorry?
Read the description, yeah.
The description of that video.
We live. Yeah. Below the video, yeah. Yeah.
We live on the surface of a big ball, which of course is not flat.
Big ball.
Yeah, that's his first words, right? That's the paralogism, the great paralogism. He starts off with it. Statement, right?
Yeah.
There's no question to it. The question was, is the earth flat? And he starts off with, we live on the surface of a big ball. So it's impossible for it to be flat, right? That's the end of the conversation, surely. And anything else that he showed in this video had nothing to do with that.
Oh shit! I can't believe myself. It's crazy.
This guy's a professor. Unbelievable.
This is a light of our world, supposedly.
crazy,
Where to run?
Yeah.
It's mad, isn't it? Right, well, people, let's I'll put the video in the link. Pass it about. Go and ask your friends. Let's get the conversation going. You know, the conversation's been going in universities now. Is the Earth flat? Obviously not. Why are they still asking the question? Why are university professors still obsessed with this sort of thing? Did he cover it well enough? Why is he even asking the question in his first place? I thought it had been sorted.
Oh.
But he is not asking the question if the water level is level.
Oh, no. No, it's a different question. Yeah. Is level
But
horizontal should be the question, right?
But it's just there to disprove flat Earth.
I don't know whether he disproved flat Earth. He never even started off with flat Earth to disprove it. He didn't prove globe. I'm not too sure what that was about at all. Sugar cookies got
But
there.
even if he said at the beginning that Eratosthenes had proof for the globe, so why he used these new mathematics models for anything? It doesn't make sense either.
That's the video there. What's that? You keep cutting and that cut out then. What was that?
Yeah, they say trust.
No, you're cutting out again. So, I don't think we need to go any further with that. Anybody else wants to take that video up, get it out, get everybody else to go having a look at it. Let's see if we can. I'd like to have a word with this fella because we agree definitely the Earth's not flat. His approach to it seems a little bit strange. It seems like he's lost his way. I'd like to show this man, my proof of the Earth not being flat. And I'd also like to show him a paradox that we've come across.
And maybe some definitions for his great geometry. Postulates, axioms, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, we had what's the chat going on here? Oh, they're all going on about LIGO. We might have to get back on that, Mobius. That'll be good. If is that what they're doing? Are they bringing it back up? Starkodder and Howard Moore. Sorry, left lane. Are they bringing up LIGO for? I don't know, for Blue. Are they trying to drum up content for Blue again? I hope so. Did anybody see the Beddy presentation from Blues earlier? Is it worth going over? We might have to have a look at that tomorrow sometime. It is logic day. I think it was a logical thing that they went over. Make sure you leave it up, Blue, then we can go over it. Unless you're embarrassed of it. And then, I don't know, take it down, I guess. So we can't go over it. I've got this video recorded. In case we want to go over it again at some point. Right, anybody got any final words or recap of that? Otherwise, I'll just go to the...
Nothing really.
Stunned? I mean, good words, bad words?
Earth is not flat.
Can you imagine if you were a university student and you were to come up with that and learn, I don't know, he called it, is the Earth flat from geometry to the modern world? I don't even know what that means, but I mean, do you think he summed it up? Did he ask the question, is the Earth flat? Did you get an answer at the end of it? And that was the one with the question.
All I can say in brief, that he doesn't know what he's talking about. He knows nothing to begin with. So
His title is non sequitur fallacy.
Yeah. Oh, look at the guys.
Total gibberish for me.
People pay him big money to teach them.
Oh yeah.
Costs a lot of money to get an education by such a professor.
It's easier. It's a passive income.
I think I've missed all of the live chat stuff, but it looks like Mobius has got quite a lot of good stuff in here. What's asking? Is that today's one? Wow. Is Blue saying that you assume that there is only one horizontal? What? Oh, Blue, come on. Stop making up stuff. Who said that there's only one horizontal? Asking. Have you said that there's only one horizontal? Or does he mean the orientation horizontal? He wants multiple horizontal orientations. He's not one of those infinite horizontal orientationers, is he?
You meant local horizontal?
Well, if you have horizontal at a point, you know the rest of that sentence.
So you have infinite number of horizontal.
Correct.
Does he say you're more than welcome to bring Bev to my channel? What? Why doesn't he want to come here? Oh, I don't get that. Why do we have to need to go to Blue's channel? What's that for? So he can ban us? I don't get it.
Thing. He's calling us cowards.
Is he?
That's his latest thing.
Yeah.
Begging for people to come on his channel.
Yeah.
I had to remind him we were one of the first people to go there.
Yeah.
And we had hangouts for hours.
Mm-hmm.
And we got him crowds of 20 people.
And now he wants us to go over there again after banning us.
But now we're cowards somehow. You need a vacation, Blue.
Yeah. You can come over anytime you want, Blue. Bring your recording over.
He must be really mad at me because today he told me my very existence insults him.
Oh, no way.
I swear to God, I have it in writing.
Too much.
Yeah.
This is fucking bad. Really? Did he say that?
Yeah, I swear. Yeah, I have it in writing.
God damn. Unbelievable.
Right. Buster. Let's get out of here.
Goodbye, Blue.
See ya, buddy.
Yeah. A 5-sided square. Only fools. Thanks for joining. Tomorrow is Logic. And I haven't got a clue what we're going to do. Maybe go over Beddy. If he actually dipped his toe into Logic, we might have to go over that. Depends how good it is. Whether it's entertainment value or educational value. We'll have to see what's going on. Don't really know what to say. Join us tomorrow.
I thought tomorrow it's about Trivium.
No, that's Wednesdays. We're doing Trivium on Wednesdays.
Oh, okay.
Logic on Tuesdays.
Oh.
Okay, and Beddy's got off, so that's why he went over to Blues to do it. I hope that went well. We'll maybe go over it tomorrow. Beddy's presentation at Blues over Logic, that follow on from what he did here, and he had to snowflake out and go over to Blues, but it's a good idea. Dropping Logic over there at Blue Ops. Only Fools, Buster, singing us out. We've got some new good Buster stuff coming. Thanks. Join us tomorrow. Logic night.
Hey, let me just hold on. Let me just stop you here before you go any further, guys. You know, you said about the 5-sided square. Just to clarify. So if you want to make a clarification now, because there are people in the chat that will probably jump all over that and try to make some kind of stupid video, retarded video about it. So
I'm a 5-sided square earther.
you know, in order to clarify what you've just said, then you know, you might just need to back that up somehow.
Yeah, no problem. So the 5-sided square is possible on a shape that...
A square on the surface of a sphere could have 3 sides,
5-sided square,
4 sides, or 5 sides.
It probably has a more technical name for it, but
5-sided
it
square
appears as though it's almost like
a square or a solid square.
A square.
5-sided square.
Just a square.
5-sided square.
I got your numbers right here.
5-sided square.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
5-sided square.
You have to open your mind.
3 sides, 4 sides, or 5 sides.
Imagination is all you need.
5-sided square.
Don't take advice from fools.
5-sided square.
Everything that they say is in vain.
If you want to define a square is...
Never take advice from fools.
You could make a 5-sided square.
What they do is in vain.
Before you go any further, guys, you know, you said about the 5-sided square. Just to clarify,
if you want to define a square is an object that has only 90-degree internal angle.
Actually, slightly random point, but then if you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Give us the definition then of a square.
5-sided square.
Everything is relative to you.
In a solid square, I mean a solid
Absolutely.
You just have to say it. generality.
4 sides or 5 sides.
Just like those straight lines are curving.
You could make a 5-sided square.
Drive down the road, don't you ever swerve.
5-sided square.
I don't know.
5-sided square. It probably has a more technical.
All of this goes.
I'm a 5-sided square earther.
Never take advice from fools.
5-sided square.
Everything that they say is in vain.
But you can make a 5-sided square with 90
Never
degrees.
take advice from fools.
5-sided square earther.
Everything that they do is in vain.
5-sided square earther.
Did he say a 5-sided square? Question mark.
Spherical access, and that is a good way of working out that we do indeed live on a globe.
Give us the definition of a square, please, people. Come on.
It's a lot more complicated than spherical,
Don't be stalling.
5-sided square.
isn't it? Bill?
I'm a 5-sided square earther.
5-sided square.
I know the game that you're playing.
It's a lot more complicated than spherical.
I know exactly what's on your mind.
5-sided square.
You got your playbook, it's alright.
5-sided square is
Your
possible.
model dictates what you will find.
5-sided square.
I don't know.
If you put a flat piece of paper, well, it wouldn't be flat. You'd have to bend it,
All
obviously.
of this goes.
But you can make a 5-sided square with 90
Take
degrees.
advice from fools.
But you can make a 5-sided square with 90
They
degrees.
say is in vain.
5-sided square.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
5-sided square.
Square in spherical geometry could have 3 sides,
5-sided square.
4 sides, or 5 sides.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape
5-sided square.
where you could make a 5-sided square.
Just give us the definition of a square in spherical geometry.
I don't think that. What's